Yo, what is going on, everybody, on this bit of a maniac of a Monday? I guess I'm just gonna put it that way. How's everybody been doing? Was doing a little bit more work, I guess, on the map, as you might have guessed, and came to the conclusion that I still haven't put any type of traffic going on our outside border of the map here. So, as much as I completely despise, I guess, as far as doing splines, that's what we're going to be doing here, I guess, as far as for today's session here of Modeling Monday, is putting some splines in here so that we can actually have some traffic going on our the outside borders of our highways around our map. Just to add a little bit more livery, I guess, as far as to that. And while I've been in the process of doing that, even prior to start streaming, I noticed the time and I was just like, you know what? Hey, I need to hit that live button. So here we are. The other thing I guess I've been noticing, I guess, as far as with this is, even though this is a relatively straight road and it's otherwise be pretty flat, it's not. I'm coming to find that out too. So just thinking this is going to be pretty simple, I guess, as far as just to add a couple splines going in each direction for both sets of lanes for a highway. And this is only for the west side of the map. I'm considering this as far as to do it on the other borders of the map too. So we'll see how this goes. We're going to try this out. These should be pretty simple. These aren't going to be traffic AI splines that are going to be like interactable like it is in the town. I got very minimal splines, as you can tell, I guess, as far as in the town. I've done that on purpose, actually. I'd rather much not have to deal with traffic, I guess, as far as if I don't have to. That's the sure. Okay, so that one looks pretty good. I'm just checking the heights on these splines just to make sure they're not too far up in the air like this one. And I've had to add a couple of different control points, I guess, as far as to get it down. So yeah, we need to bring this down as well. Alright, let's do... Alright. Alright, we're gonna leave that one there. Let's try and insert. That should be this one. Gotta make sure I grab the right one, that's for sure. This might tend to get a little bit of boring, and it's very understandable. For most, it'd be like, probably would much rather be playtesting this, and we'll probably be getting into some playtesting here with the map. Just depends on how long it takes, I guess, as far as to do these splines. It's already starting to take me a little bit longer than I'd like it to, I guess, as far as with the fact that I have to make these adjustments like we're making at the moment. So, alright, let's insert one there. Okay, put it way up there for some reason. It's not where I need it, though. That's kind of weird. Okay. Need that bad boy down here. That was that one there. Okay, cool. So I'm just adding in what I consider to be control points. I'm sure their naming conventions might be a little bit different, but it's kind of a control point, I guess, as far as for being able to bring it up or down, like so. We're just making sure that it's not way up in the air. So that's another one I need to adjust over on this side. See how it's way up in the air? We don't want that. Alright. Alright, let's go down to the other end here and see how we did. Okay, this should be pretty good the rest of the way. There should be a control point right there. Let's check this one out. There it is. Yep, that looks pretty good. Okay, let's go all the way down to the start. So there's one thing to take into consideration when you're putting these splines down. You have a start point, at least one control point, and an end point. So with that, you have to consider what direction is this thing going to be going in. So your start, let me just get down here and we'll kind of explain this. So your start is going to be, your vehicle is going to be running in this direction, right? All the way towards your end point, which in this case is down there. So we've got this one on this side going this way, and I think that's what I wanted. No, I need to have this over here. Now that I think of it. Did I boo-boo on this? Hold on a second. So this one is going... Oh, I see what I did. Yeah, so on the very inside lane... Yeah, I just moved over too far, though. Yeah, so this one... With this one here, it's going to start from here and go all the way to that side. Right? I'm only putting like one spline per one lane, so it's a two-way, one-way. So we got 4 lanes of one-way, but it goes in both directions. Hence the double solid yellow line. Okay, so this one over here, I just need to slide it over to this lane, like so. And then I also started another lane going the other direction, so it starts from down there and works its way this way. So I got traffic going in both directions on either side of the double yellow line. Double solid yellow line, to be precise. Okay, does this need to come down? I don't think so. Okay, let's check this all the way down just to make sure it's not too far up in the air. Okay. Look. I've got my camera speed up on this thing here up pretty high, obviously for a good reason. I also have a couple of placeholder items, I guess, as far as to get me down from one end of the map to the other, if I need it, just to kind of save me a little bit of time. I'm getting from one place to the other on the map, and this looks pretty good. Although this one, yeah, that should be alright. I'm gonna end up putting one over on this side too, on this lane. I think that'll be. Yo!
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. What's up there, Evan? Holy smokes. Noise. How's it been going? We're just getting busy with doing some splines here on our map, so yeah. So your name came in on my end, I guess, as far as initially in orange. Now it's red. Looks like it's finally hello, 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 what's up? Yeah. It's been a pretty decent Monday, I guess, as far as for, in comparison to what it was last Monday. This Monday hasn't been too bad. It's a little rainy today. So maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's part of it. I've been able to just stay inside, and I've been doing a little bit of play testing prior to the start of stream, I guess, as far as to see what still needs to be worked on. And I came to realize I don't have any traffic on these highway, you know, as far as the boundary on the map. It's like, oh my goodness, I gotta get that done. More bonking sim? Nice. I know you had messaged me, I guess, as far as you did quite a few kills. And you were desensitized, I think is the word you put it. Welcome in, Ola. What's going on, Ola? I always feel like I'm saying that name wrong, but I haven't heard you correct me on that, so... It's been a hot minute. How's it going there, Ola? How was the things going, I guess, as far as with, what is that application again? Houdini. Yeah, we're just in the process of working on some splines. Now, these splines here are just going to be pretty non-interactable. They're just to give it some library on the boundary of the map. So, yeah. Ula or Ola is fine. Alright, cool. Yeah, for some reason I always feel like I'm saying that wrong. Very much appreciate, I guess, as far as the you stopping in for one, and also correcting my grammar. You no longer get panicked towards zombies. Oh, is that? Oh, okay, I got you. So that's what that was all about. So the more zombies, I guess, as far as you bonk in the head in Project Zomboid, there, you get desensitized to the point where it just doesn't bother you anymore. That's probably a good trait, actually. Yeah, I would have to imagine. So I know, Ola, now that you're in here, I think it was you that was suggesting to me, I guess, as far as to not make the splines too long. Be it the fact that this is a 4x map, right? And I'm just taking the approach of making one long spline. I'm making basically just one lane going one direction on both sets of highway, I guess, as far as here. I want to test this out just to see how this does or does not. I need to humor myself, I guess, as far as at this point. Because if I do this one edge of the map, and it tends to not, make the frame rates or whatever too wonky, I might do the same type of thing, I guess, as far as on the other boundaries. This is the north end of the map. This is the west end, south down there, and the east is over there. Just for perspective, yeah. The two Houdini is getting done. Nice. There's some interesting test cases where the height map does not look the same going in and out of Houdini. It's got to do with the fact that many don't use normalized height maps, which is tricky to figure out. Oh, I think I kind of get what you mean there. Yeah, the fact that the tool itself will actually create the height map, that's kind of interesting in itself, because normally you would have to create that separately. Yeah, so I kind of get what you mean as far as them being normalized, yeah. I guess in this case, it'll be fine. It's not many nodes on the spline. Yeah, I've noticed that in the videos that you've put up there. I've been able to check those out there, and the fact that, yeah, you don't have a whole lot of nodes on the spline, I guess, as far as for that, that's pretty interesting too. Now, it kind of coincides with what I'm doing here. So when you initially put a spline down, you're only going to have basically 3 nodes to start with. You got one that's usually in the middle, you have your start and your end. And as I already mentioned, I guess, as far as depending on which direction you put this in, the traffic in this case is going to go from this direction, start to end, and I've got another one going from there to here. Like I said, I got the 2 sets of one-way traffic going both directions on either side of the double yellow line. So, okay. In the height map, I import does not have the pure black and pure white pixel. It's not normal, right? The values are anything in between, thus the values of gray, right? Nope. Yeah, that's kind of what I was understanding as far as what you meant. I didn't want to get, too into it. I think, yeah, understood. And now that you've explained that, it does make sense. So for those that don't know, weight maps, height maps, and things like that, there's different shades of gray, as Ola just mentioned. So in order to get the DEM, I guess, as far as for the map, that actually that basically creates the terrain of the map, as far as all the the hills and valleys and so on. It's the same process. In fact, I don't know if I still have. I'd never like to feel like I'm talking out of my rear end, I guess, as far as when I say these things, but for example, grass weights is kind of along the same lines of the height maps, right? So when you open these up here, all of this different shades of gray represent, I guess, as far as different levels of grass. In this case, this is a grass weight. So the areas in black are areas that don't have grass. So it's kind of along the same lines, I guess, as far as of the weight maps, height maps, things like that. So the tool, again, maybe you can elaborate even further there, Ola. The tool that you've created, I guess, as far as it creates the nodes and the height maps, it's not normalized to the point where it doesn't represent it, I guess, as far as the way it needs to, as opposed to doing it manually. So like this one, I'm not going to do it, but you could take this one if you wanted certain, like if I wanted to add grass to these different areas here, I could do that. I have to make sure that I have the proper shade of gray to get not only the density of the grass that I want, but also, yeah, so there's a lot less to be, see, if I zoom in on this, you can kind of get an idea. It just looks like it's pure white, but it's not. So that's kind of what I think Ola was talking about. What's up there, Desert Rat? What's going on? Yeah, we're making a map. Yeah, we've been making a map here as far as for a while. Welcome on in, Desert Rat. Houdini expects a normalized height map, so extremely hard to dial that in for the export. Right. That makes sense. No, we don't want to set it on fire. That's not good. That's definitely not good. But that's pretty cool, though, I guess, as far as what you've been able to do. I don't know if I will ever get into the Houdini. I'm too stubborn, I guess, as far as the lack of a better way to put it, I guess, as far as with the use of Max, and I've got my legacy copy. The fact that it's becoming more and more evident that there isn't going to be any additional tools made for a lot of these legacy copies of the older 3D modeling tools applications, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of makes me sad a little bit, but it's interesting to see, I guess, as far as new applications that have these abilities. That's what you did at the town last night, made me feel nice. Yeah, I caught those from the pictures that you sent too. All right, so I do need to bring this down just a little bit more. So that was one thing, as I mentioned, as far as that I came to realize with this spline, it's not completely flat, and also it's pretty straight, but it's not very flat. It's not 100% flat, because you can see how much this is still lifted off the ground. So I do need to add some control points in here, because that's what I like to consider them to be. So I do have one that's in the middle of this one. Yeah, the cars would be flying, that's for sure. Yeah, so if I were to leave it this way, Ola knows a little bit about this stuff we've been doing. So, see how this line is up and up off the ground? That they would be using the spline, but they would definitely be hovering over the. We don't want it to do that. But definitely, another thing to keep in mind is these are only going to be for immersion, I guess, as far as on the border of the map. It's not going to be interactable, right? Much the same as it is on the one in the town, which is over there. That one's its own animal, I guess, as far as when it comes to that spline. That one's pretty much already good to go. So, there was this map on 19 that I loved that had a bunch of playing, like the dump trucks and wheel loaders. Oh, there's a bunch of them out there still there, Desert Rat. Those I don't get much into, I guess, as far as with the mining aspect and all the terraforming. I don't get into doing as much with those. There's plenty of modding groups that are already involved with doing that type of stuff. I tend to focus just on the farming, not necessarily mining, you know, as far as like rock and copper and all that kind of jazz. Those are pretty cool maps, don't get me wrong, but that's not really my, it's not my jazz. Does Max export splines? You can use a GE? No. No. Unfortunately, no. So if I made a spline, from at least my version, my legacy copy of Max does not. So if I were to just create a spline in Max and export that out as it will export it out, but there's nothing there, if that makes sense. So we'll export it out as an i3D, say for example, but there's nothing there. It's just an empty transform. So yeah, that's, you know, so it's I have tried that, I guess, as far as to see what the deal is, but yeah, it's been proven to me, I guess, as far as many times over that it's just not. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. I feel like the audio's, background audio is maybe a little loud. Alright, so I need, where's my other control point? That's what I've been looking for. Why I've been flapping my gums. This is a very, I like these kind of convos. You know, so the fact that there's other things going on out there in the FS community, I guess, as far as besides what I'm doing, that's pretty interesting stuff. I do highly suggest, I guess, as far as if you're really interested in what Ola's doing there, he's got a YouTube channel. Been putting out some videos, I guess, as far as about that creation of the. So you got a couple of things going on there. You got the field creations deal. All done. These are all done in Houdini. It's a new 3D application that I've been brought to my attention, and also the road spline creator, all done in Houdini. That's a couple of different videos that are out there. It's pretty interesting. It was Slovak Valley was the name of it. That sounds familiar. I think there's actually a version of that that's been created for 22 as well. Yeah, that name sounds very familiar. Field Dimensions roll tool. Got a standalone road barrier tool. Well, that's interesting. Not sure. I don't think I've seen the one with the road barrier. I've seen the one with the field dimensions and also the road tool, but not the road barrier. So how's the road barrier one there work? If you care to want to share. So when I think of road barriers, I think of the, I don't know if I got one right here. So the guardrails. Is that what you mean, I guess, as far as when you say road barriers? So I think I got one over here. Somewhere on this map border I do have a guardrail, I think. So this is what I think of when you refer to road barriers, like these types of things. Yeah, so like this guardrail. You have a prototype of a make everything in one tool. Oh my goodness. Kind of tool which will spawn trees, create road, and field dimensions. It's a bit heavy to work with. Wow, I can imagine. So cool. Trees are placed on the terrain. See, I use the, I still have that, all the elements, I guess, as far as to do the tree generator, which is how I got a lot of all these trees. And it's kind of really cool because you can choose whatever trees that you want to be able to spawn in the area that you paint. The one thing that's kind of a flaw with it, and I'm sure you know about this, Ola, the way you paint the area, you know, as far as the info layer for it, there's no way to limit it to a texture like you can with mesh painting. That's built into the Giants editor. So if you've got that built in with your tool, I guess, as far as to be able to control where it's going to put that without necessarily using an info layer, that'd be super cool. Yeah, it is kind of annoying. So for those that don't know, I can kind of demonstrate this and just take a break from the splines for a little bit. The way the tree generator works, for example, and it's a script. Here, let me take my user attributes off of this for a second, and we'll go to our terrain. And so just to kind of give an example of how this works if you want to generate trees in an area. In Houdini, you can combine, add, or subtract whatever masks. And each mask can be used for whatever you want. Place textures, place objects. So when you say mask, does that work much the same way as the info layer that you have to paint down in the map? So while you're elaborating on that, I'm going to go into, yeah, let me close up my splines. Where's my trees? Got where I put my trees. Oh, there's my trees. Alright, so the way this works with the tree generator is you select, uh-oh, get out of that. There we go. This is being silly. Alright, so you create a main transform, a top transform within your trees group, right? And this is what the script will look for. And you can put whatever trees that you want to spawn based on the area that you paint. So let me go into the info layer here real quick. So this is our farmlands. It'll actually populate in here. It gets as far as, and it's all on how you set the map up to do this. So if we go to our info layers, you can actually select tree generator, and then There's subcategories here. So I've got one for in grassy areas, one for grass deco areas, and one for forest areas. I tend to use the grass deco areas. So this is the area that one of the areas anyway that I painted lastly, I guess, as far as with the trees. So this is the mask that would be created where it would potentially spawn trees, right? So it does work much the same way, I guess, as far as with your mask. So if there was a way, this is, you know, maybe you've already thought of this, if there was a way to actually be able to, when you're painting this mask, to be able to limit it to a particular texture. So like the way this works here, you can paint it everywhere, and if you're not careful, you have to go back and clean it up, which is what I've done, just to ensure that it's not going to paint trees, I guess, as far as on my roads. You know, if you could have that, you know, this area here, which is an info layer in here, so that mask and Houdini, I guess, as far as to limit that, as far as where you're painting that, that'd be super cool. I don't know if that's possible, but yeah, you can see all the trees that got generated in this area that I painted in white would be my mask for that. And then once I have it painted, I'm not going to do it, but once I have that area painted, I just run the script. And as long as I've got my trees, I'm on my main transform here. I have to have this highlighted. The script will look for this first group, and as long as I got the trees in there that I want to use in that first transform group of the main trees transform, it'll just paint those in there when I run the script. So it's kind of really cool. That's how I've been able to get a lot of the trees into this map. So in the one tool for all prototype, you import the height map. Okay, so you have to paint that manually. I'm understanding. You can adjust the masks for where the trees go based on ambient occlusion. Okay. Crevices or curvature, slope, height above sea level, those same masks or variants of use 2, place trees 2, place different textures. If you have, so if I'm understanding this right, the tool that you're creating, the all-in-one thing, will actually read shadows, the depth of shadows and such like that. So like if it's a hill, it'll actually conform the tree to follow that terrain. That's much the same idea of what we got available in mesh painting here for Giants Editor. So if that works just in Houdini in much the same way as it does in Giants Editor, that's pretty cool. So that's kind of the other thing, I guess, as far as to take into consideration of what you're doing with that all-in-one thing, as you mentioned, is to have it all done within your modeling program itself, and eliminating, I guess, as far as the necessity to have to do a lot of those types of tasks in Giants Editor itself. The trees will not spawn if the hill is too steep. Okay, so they just won't spawn if it's too steep. So it doesn't necessarily follow the terrain, but it'll factor in, I guess, as far as that. Yep, that's the depth of that the shading. Based on that is too steep and it just won't paint. Gotcha. The downside is quite process heavy, but doesn't. Oh, I can imagine. So that's something to take into consideration even with this tree generator script that I use. That's why I only do like a section at a time. You can see that area that I had painted. I only do a little bit, like an area at a time, because if you try to do it all at once, it'll complete. You might have to set it and let it go for a while. It's very resource hungry, I guess, as far as from that. So you got to be careful with that. Share some on the Discord. Feel free to show them. Okay, cool. That sounds good. Yeah. That's the beauty, I guess, as far as being able to do a lot of those types of things. And now, granted, the fact that it's a totally new to me, at least anyway, type of modeling program, which is called Houdini. I don't know if there's anything like that that's been made available for Blender. I'm just not sure. So I never did find my control point for this one, splines. Let's go back to that now that I've explained that a little bit. But it kind of gives the viewers like somewhat of an idea of why some of these processes take so long. So what Ola is necessarily trying to do is make a lot of these time-consuming processes a little bit easier and a little bit faster, so that you can spit it out a lot faster and not have it take as long. And in many cases, even with using these more efficient methods, I still find it necessary, I guess, as far as to go back and make sure that it did what I wanted it to do. So even though I painted it, I guess, as far as to make sure I added enough padding to, you know, like, I don't want trees in my roadways, I still go through there, and if it's too close to the road, I'll move it manually. So you still have that ability to do that. So it does still create, I guess, as far as a necessity to go back over and make sure that it did actually what you wanted it to do. Faster and or easier, that's the goal. Right. Some tools are good to use at the very beginning of a project. Others can be used deep into production. Right. So yeah, the fact that I'm doing these splines much, you know, pretty late in the production of the map is not a terrible thing. In fact, it's probably better to do it at this point rather than early on, is because you might find yourself having to shift and move things around because they're not landing where they need to be. I'm to the point on this map where I'm pretty satisfied, I guess, as far as with everything's landing. Saturday, for stream Saturday, we had gone over producing the PDA for the map, which we did come to find is it did have some fudge factor in there. So I've completely redone the PDA since then, so I want to be able to show that off too in our playtest, just to see how everything did turn out there. So far, from what I initially playtested prior to start of stream, it's turned out pretty good. So we'll find out, I guess, as far as when we go into the game and playtest it to see what's going on. Alright, so I should have a control point on this spline. Now, again, going back to what I was saying earlier there, I know, I think it was you, Ola, don't correct me if I'm wrong, making the splines on this not so long. So I don't know exactly how long the spline is. It is a 4x map, right? So I would have to imagine this is at least 4,096 meters long, probably even longer. I'm sure that's probably too long. Again, I'm just doing this in an effort to kind of humor myself as to whether or not this is going to make or break doing it this way. I've seen plenty of other maps to do exactly what I think you were explaining to me, as far as to break them up into smaller splines. So to have it be, you know, only so many 100 meters, and then make another one and have it continue on, I guess, as far as from that. I have done that same type of feature in the town to make two different types of splines of the same vehicles going different speeds. So I can totally understand that concept. So like, for example, this spline that is on our highway parts going into town, they go faster, and I have that stop just before it hits town. So once it hits the next spline, they go slower. That's a slower speed. So they're not going, so I got two different speeds. So that whole idea of splitting the spline up to keep it continuous, I guess, as far as like it's the same cars that go around. So that's the other thing that I've noticed with having two separate splines. It doesn't spawn in different cars, different types of cars from one spline to the next. So that's pretty beautiful, I guess, as far as the way those work here, the way Giants has those splines work. So just because it's a separate spline doesn't tell the game, for example, or the game engine, I guess, as far as to say, okay, this is a new spline, so I need to spawn in different cars. Nope, doesn't work that way. It keeps them all the same type of car. So like the same car that was driving on this part of the road and goes faster, and once it hits town, it's the same car that goes a little bit slower once it gets into town. So that's a little bit of what I've come to understand with the way keeping your splines relatively smaller as opposed to longer. Again, I just want to be able to test this out for myself and humor myself just to understand what's going on with that. You know what? I don't even have my Discord up. Just realizing that. Tend not to usually have those applications running while I'm streaming, because it tends to bork the stream sometimes. So let's see what's going on here. Just want to double check here. I didn't get a chance, you know, I got super busy, I guess, as far as just working on the map, and I've been a little bit social. I've kind of distanced myself from getting on the social medias, I guess, as far as for the most part today. I apologize for that. Maybe later. I don't need to know that right now. Okay. Just taking a look here real quick. Okay, it did show we went live, so everybody, well, we had Evan coming in here and resub, I guess, as far as the channel. He's playing some Bonk Sim. Hopefully still sticking around, I guess, as far as enjoying what we got going on over here. Okay. No. What are you doing? There we go. Alright, looks like... Holy mackerel, I gotta have to show you all this. That is nuts. So, Ola's got the, I know I probably always say this wrong, it's... Rennebu, that's... So this is in the Norway, right? Correct me if I'm wrong there, Ola. Holy crap, these are cool. Holy moly. So... Man, there's some good stuff in here, folks. I'm gonna have to... Here, hold on a second. Viewing this on my phone. I don't know if this is gonna work. I'm gonna try this, though. Let's do this. Hopefully this doesn't bork the stream. It's usually okay as long as Discord doesn't have updates, which it doesn't seem like it does, so that's good. Let me, hold on a second. I already said, okay, get out of here. So Ola is putting all this stuff in here. This is pretty freaking wild. Okay, let me bring this over. Huh. Interesting. So I just have to check this out. Can I do this? Let's do that. Let's move this over to a new tab. How about that? Yeah. That'll work. Window. So, just to explain, this is the all-in-one tool, or do-everything tool. So you got the field dimensions, you got the road deal, and the trees. So this is just kind of give an idea. This is all in Houdini. Yeah, I think that's what you explained here. This is all done in Houdini. And look at what happens to trees. Nice. So yeah, this is what I'm noticing in here. You got the trees. That's a lot of trees. How many trees is that? I'm assuming this is a standard size map. Oh, no. This shouldn't be too much. Not at all. So this is the all-in-one, do everything, or the all-in-one tool. So you can see some of the terrain that's in there, but what I'm noticing from what you've already shown and explained, you got the road creator, which is the black. You have the field dimensions and also the tree. How many trees is that though? I have no idea. Just testing the tool. Oh, I got you. That seems like a lot. And I'm again. This is a standard size map, I'm assuming. Yeah, even for a standard size map, that's a ton of trees. Now, I have yet to find the limit to the trees. I know it's pretty high, and part of the reason why I know it's pretty high, I guess, as far as from the Giants Engines standpoint, is simply because of the Silver Creek map. The Silver Creek map has allowed, I guess, as far as that, that bump up, I guess, as far as of how many trees on a map. But what that number is, I have no idea. I read that the other day. By default, it's only 7,200. I figured it would be higher than that. That's still pretty high though. After 7,200, you cannot plant more trees without mods. Gotcha. Silver Run is yeah. So I knew Silver Run had quite a few. Now I don't have the Platinum DLC to be able to actually check out the Silver Run map itself, but I know it's got a lot of trees, and this is what this picture reminds me of. But 7,200 is the limit. I kind of figured that would be a little bit higher, just based on what's going on with the Silver Run map. All right, what else have we got here? We got more, folks. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, so that one's just roads and trees. I see what you did. So you just broke these down. This is the everything. Okay, so there's some other pictures that just show it. One with trees, one with the road. Gotcha. What is this one here with the checkered pattern on the terrain? Let me see here. Visualizing trees with the visits with Houdini. So this must be the mask. Yeah, different masks to play. Missing trees more. Okay, let me open this one next. So this one, I'm assuming this checkered pattern is the mask. Maybe you can elaborate on that. The checkered pattern is just the default if I don't apply material. Oh, okay, gotcha. So I got you. So on the terrain itself, you don't have any texture to it, so that's just the deal. I got you. So what I'm reading in the explanation in this picture, you can see the different masks in the placing trees more. So what is defining the mask here? Is that the green area so that I can see the trees? Maybe you can explain a little bit further what we're looking at. The placement of the trees is the result of all the masks combined. Oh, okay. So just taking into consideration all the different slopes, you can see all the height that's in here, and the fact that it's putting trees like down in the valley here. And obviously where it's too steep, it's not going to put any, as you were explaining earlier. That's pretty stinking cool, I do have to admit. Now, do you have a picture of the mask? Like the ambient occlusion and all that, I guess, as far as... What is this? Also, there's a tree. You can paint the mask to be used... Oh, okay, this might explain what I was just thinking of here. Let me open this one next. So this one, what are we looking at here? I can see like these little red spots. Kind of tells it where the trees need to go. Mostly by slope and ambient occlusion. Okay. So, yeah, the ambient occlusion I'm very well familiar with. So are you creating like an ambient occlusion mask based on the terrain of the map? And that tool will utilize that, I guess, as far as to where trees will go. And I'm assuming you can control the spacing. Maybe that's what's going on in this one that I'm showing right now. Let's see if I can dig up the test and show the mask. Oh, okay. So what is this that we're looking at here? Let me look at this. Also, trees can paint a mask, which can be used to paint, say, forestry ground. Oh, okay. So these red spots would be defining, I guess, as far as where it would put a different texture on the ground. And needles that are located going from this to that in 5 to 10 minutes. Nice. Okay, so here's a picture of what it did. Oh, you got video in here too. All right, let's show this one. No, we'll just keep these all open here. So, oh my goodness, that is crazy. See, I've never been a huge fan of the pines. But this actually makes it look pretty good. So these are the road barriers I think you were talking about. I think that's what we're alluding to. I don't know if I may have heard you mention that or not. So you got a road barrier tool. I can see the guardrails, I guess, as far as going around the curve of the road. That's super cool. This is all in Giants Editor, you can tell. Right? Or is this in the game? I could be wrong. Maybe you can confirm. This is hard to tell if it's in the editor or if it's in the game. The point where the trees are placed will occlude terrain, thus paint the mask. In a black and white mask. Okay. Yeah, roads, texture masks, the road placement, and the barriers are automatically generated based on the curve I drew in Houdini. Wow. Terrain is flattened where the road goes. Okay, so if the terrain is not... I get what you mean. So if wherever you paint the road based on the mask, it'll actually terraform the terrain to accommodate the road. That's crazy. So what we're seeing in here, tree generator, this is part of that do everything type of thing, as I think as Ola's mentioned. The road barrier, the road itself, that's just crazy. Now, can we confirm in here, I guess, as far as this is in Giants Editor or this is in the game? That's hard to tell, to be honest. That looks pretty freaking cool, though. So you got all this Road 2 for Farming Simulator. Function update. Oh, I must have missed this video. Is this fairly new? This is an earlier version of the road tool, but you see the terrain information too in action. Gotcha. I might have to watch that later, but yeah, you got some pretty cool stuff going on over there. Definitely. So this one shows just the clay model. So yeah, for the most part, like you already mentioned, going from this to that in 5 to 10 minutes with that tool. That's pretty efficient. Nice. Yeah, so if you've got an example, Ola, and I'm not trying to have you share all your secrets, I guess, as far as what like, but how, just to kind of get some perspective on, you know, the masks, I guess, as far as that are involved, as far as like the ambient occlusion mask, I guess, as far as for the tool, I guess, as far as to determine where stuff is going to be located. That'd be cool. I'm gonna leave that open here for a second. While you're doing that, I'm gonna check out my share the link in YouTube too. You did. I think I'm gonna watch. How long is this video? Let me see how long this video is. Visit site. Let me see how long this video is real quick. Oh, it's only a 2-minute video. It's not too bad. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. Actually, let me do this as well. Don't mind ads. I got the ads going on. I'm not signed in, so we'll skip the ads. All right, hold on.
I made some changes to the road tool, trying to refine the UI.
Hold on. I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Let me turn this off so we can hear what.
More user-friendly, like the field dimension tool is. So here's my current road tool right here, and I want to load a curve I've just drawn on this terrain. So instantly the mesh appears. It's almost like 99% done with the UVs already. It's got a material just to show it in the viewport, and I thought to myself that maybe it's good to visualize the different stages. So here you have the raw height map. Here you have the processed height map after the road has been cast to the terrain. You also have different masks, which can be useful for visualizing what's going on and what will be exported and so on. And here's the final preview, which is the terrain and the road. Further, there's a visual lanes here. So currently, this visualizes one spline. So that means the AI and traffic will drive straight in the middle here. And I can also visualize with a vehicle. So this is just the
get out of here.
Default
That's
truck
cool.
That comes with Farming Sim. It is a bit wonky, but that doesn't matter. You get a representation of the width.
That's wild.
So you can see it driving along here on the curve, but we can add another lane. So we can make sure that we have enough spacing between traffic and AI.
Dang.
Furthermore, I understand that different roads might have different widths, so you can define how wide or narrow
that is
it is
nuts.
between the lanes as well.
This changes everything we know about tinnitus.
Oh, get out of here.
Neurologists have found that tinnitus wipes...
Get out of here. So, yeah, okay, that was just a quick 2-minute video, I guess, as far as that. So that explains quite a bit. So the mask, you know, as far as we're looking at the red.
After downloading the HD...
Playing the next one there. So highly recommend, I guess, as far as for anybody that's interested in the Houdini. Not that I'm not. The fact that it does require, I guess, as far as the use of Houdini. So these are still a work in progress. And again, Ola, you can elaborate on that. This tool is still a work in progress, so keep that in mind. But pretty cool stuff. It makes road making more fun. Yeah, I can see that. So yeah, here I am, I guess, as far as doing it. So that way you're showing right within Houdini itself, I guess, as far as to add, you know, just a makeshift vehicle, I guess, as far as to give you an idea. See, the way I go about it is right in Max for me, I guess as far as 3D Studio Max, I'll bring in a model of a vehicle, or just put a cube, or just the size of that vehicle that's in Giants Editor, or in Giants itself, and use that to visualize, I guess, as far as how wide I need to make a road. The fact that that tool that you've got there, I guess, as far as will actually create a spline for the AI to use. So this method that I'm doing, as far as put splines in there, is basically not needed anymore. Let's just put it that way, for lack of a better way to put it. So the field dimension tool is out on GitHub if you need. All you need is Houdini, right? And I know if you explained, I guess, as far as they do have a perpetual version, I guess, as far as of the Houdini application. I have considered it. I just don't have it in the funds to get it at this time, unfortunately. But yeah, there is that option as long as you've got Houdini. So the field dimension tool is already out there. The do everything tool obviously is still being worked on. You can also plan your splines in GE, bring it into Houdini, and from there it's all the same tool. That's pretty neat. They're ready when you are. Right. So the fact that they're there, I guess, as far as that's cool. I like that. Yeah. So what you've been demonstrating there, Ola, is the fact that a lot of the splines that you're doing in the roadways are pretty bendy. You know, they got elevation change. This one that I'm doing is obviously much more simplified. So for doing simple stuff like this, I can see how that tool would make. You know, you said doing, you know, showing that picture 5 to 10 minutes to do all that, I guess, as far as the curves and the road barriers and all that stuff. Granted, I've taken some breaks on this, but it's already taken me way more than that, I guess, as far as to do what I'm trying to do here. So, and we need to get this down a little bit more. Yep. So, I do have a control point here. Let me see if I can get to that. So I am on that spline. That is just super cool stuff. It does give me quite a bit of ambition, I guess, as far as, for lack of a better way to put it, I guess, as far as to want to use that. That's just pretty neat. I don't know, Ola, if you've shown how you create the DEMs as far as for your map terrains. Because I'm assuming anyway, those are based on real world information, like say LiDAR. I've always just kind of assumed that, but I don't want to assume that if it's something that you're doing more randomly. I do hope the tools inspire, and I hope more will join the dark side. I can't cookies. I wouldn't necessarily consider it a dark side. I think that's. Now, if you were doing things, I guess, as far as that were above and beyond what Giants engine already has available, then that might be considered that. But these are mostly things that, you know, it's just to simplify, I guess, as far as the tasks that are already available in Giants Editor. You know, being able to do that all within the 3D modeling program itself, export that out. And that's probably another thing, too. So you're able to do an i3D export from Houdini as well, so there is an export tool, I guess, as far as for Houdini for doing that. I don't know if you've already explained that or not. If you haven't, then yeah. So Rimbu was LiDAR scan. Okay, cool. I didn't want to assume that was the case, but I got from a government-driven. Yeah. So I've done the same thing. We've got our USGS government website that has a lot of areas that are scanned using CloudPoint data. So yeah, that's what I was curious. All that data is public domain. Yeah, it is. It is the same here. Let's see, other DEM I've made. We're done with. Okay, yeah. So you have done some random stuff. I don't know. I'm not familiar, I guess, as far as with those, but I think I get what you mean. There's a tool to export splines to spline. No, what I was saying. So like that map. You know, when you're building the map, I guess, as far as in Houdini. Are you able to export that as an i3D? You know, as far as to save that to bring it into Giants Editor? I didn't want to assume. Yeah, the splines I was pretty familiar with as far as being able to do that. I don't have that ability, I guess, as far as some export the splines from Max into Giants Editor. It will create an i3D, but it's just empty. So kind of sad that that happens that way. Okay, so I think I got this at the level that I need it. Okay, so that one's good. That one's good. And that one, I don't know if it might be too low. Let me see here. Might be some spots that are too low. I might have to test that and see. Sometimes if you pan out here, you can see that it's there. I don't think it's going to be too bad. I think for a test, it might not be too bad. The splines are exportable as FBX from Houdini and just work out of the box. And so you can bring the FBX into Giants Editor? I didn't know that. Is that what you're telling me? Roads need to be exported as FBX, brought into Blender to fix the UVs so that they don't go beyond. Oh, yeah, I've been familiar with that -8 UV. Yep. Then exported as i3D. So you still have to bring it into Blender to do i3D export. FBX with splines to GE. I did not know you could do that. I'll be honest. So you're saying you can do an import FBX to GE? Get out of here. I did not know that you could do that. I do have the ability of creating FBX files, exporting FBX files from Max. So how do you do that? Just out of curiosity. Now you done struck my curiosity. How do you have to do an import? I'm assuming. Yeah, you're gonna have to fill me in, I guess, as far as I was not aware that you can do file import FBX as one of the filter choices. Is it really? I didn't know that. Let me see here. I thought it was only OBJ. Now I gotta see. So, oh, it is i3D FBX. Get the heck out of here! I did not know that all this time. So I've been so part of my ignorance is because you can only export from Giants Editor as OBJ. Just immediately got instilled in my brain that the only thing that I can either export or import is OBJ. That's probably a fair ignorance, I guess, as far as that I have. But yeah, good point. All right, so that's something I will have to try with Max to see if I can export a spline in FBX and see if I can bring it in that way to GE. I won't do that probably right now, but I'll have to keep that in mind. Because I know when I do it as an OBJ, as far as the export out from either Max or Blender, when I export the spline, it will not maintain, I guess, as far as the spline itself. It's just an empty transform. Material handling in GE is terrible. So sometimes the material will get yeah, I'm familiar with that. Right. That's why I do i3D. Good idea. Definitely a good idea. Yeah, I've totally had the problem before, even doing OBJ from 3ds Max. Depending on, the nature of the UVs and all that stuff, the texture, the way it's applied. The one thing that and I'm sure you're aware of this too, Ola, and anybody that's ever done any modeling, I guess, as far as for Giants, when you seeing a problem, I guess, as far as your texture being applied, even to maintain the material to it, a lot of times the UV mapping, as far as to it, is still there. You just have to be able to tell, once you bring your model into Giants Editor, so like, well, look, the UV mapping's still there, and just basically repoint, I guess, as far as to your texture, and it's usually fine. I know for me, I've had to scratch my head several times why sometimes it doesn't when you export, depending on which method, be it Houdini, be it 3D Studio Max, or even Blender, that it doesn't maintain that. Sometimes it's just that disconnect, because as far as, especially if your texture that you're applying to your model prior to export isn't in within your map or your mod folder, it'll tend to disconnect that. So you have to just repoint it. But the UV mapping is always still going to be there. Plus, vertex colors don't carry over from FBX for some reason. Oh, that's good to know. So it does in OBJ, that we do know, but it doesn't in FBX. that's really interesting because I've always thought that FBX was superior to other formats like even DAE. So yeah, that's pretty interesting that it does not maintain vertex colors. I forgot to mention that the road tool in Houdini will also add vertex colors to the road to make snow appear during... Oh shoot, that's crazy. Now the approach that I've taken with roads, at least for this map that I've been working on anyway, I don't want to have snow on the roads, right? So the way the majority of the roads on here, with exception to the dirt roads, which are totally, you can build these out. If you don't want these to remain in here, you can just paint these out. They're just painted dirt roads, right? The static roads, I have them automatically cleared when it snows, when there's enough snow accumulation, and that's just part of my own design, I guess, as far as with that. But yeah, if you've got it to where when it snows, there's going to get snow on the road, but then just you have that option, I guess, as far as to have it, either the snow on it without having to paint that that info layer to mask it out. That's pretty cool. So yeah, I like that. It definitely given me plenty of ambition, I guess, as far as to get that Houdini and actually try some of these features out. Not gonna say it'll happen tomorrow, but definitely give me a lot of insight. I've been trying to keep in tune, I guess, as far as with the new videos. That video that you shared just now, I guess, as far as that 2-minute video, I definitely haven't caught myself up on that. So appreciate you catching me up on that. I think I got one more spline I want to put in here before we save this and test it out. Got a lot of other things I want to show to include, I guess, as far as the updated PDA, which I don't consider it to be, you know, just ahead of time. I don't consider it to be completed. It's not going to be done or finally finished and polished, but it's just that much closer. Anyway, all right, so I got this one. I want to put another one. So I got one going this way. I need another one going this way in this lane. Okay, there's that one. I just gotta remind myself again. So I need to start on this side. Okay. So that one's starting. Bear with me, folks. This is a very long spline. I'm just making sure I got everything going the way I want it to. So there's that one going from this way to that way. That might be all I really need to do, actually. I got one here. These are going to be closer. You're going to be able to see these more, I think, than this one that's further away. So I'll just do the one here, going in this direction, starting from here and going that way. And just see what that does. If I want to add more, I can always add another one. You seem to have misplaced the do everything tool. Uh-oh. Don't tell me you lost all your work. That would stink. That would stink if you lost all that. What is it that you tend to use, I guess, as far as for creating those tools? Does Houdini have... Is it all like Python, or like it is in Blender? Or what is it that you have to use to create those tools? If you care to want to share that. Again, I'm not trying to have you share all your secrets. If you tend to think it, you know, it's if it's what's the word I'm looking for? If it's private, then Houdini can use Vex internal language and Python. Nice. I'm not familiar with Vex, but Python I am. I, however, don't rely on either. It's pure node setups. So, are you using that actual code, which is Node? I'm familiar a little bit with Node, but I'm not 100% versed. I get from what I have seen with Node, it's kind of the same as Python. It's kind of like a cross between Lua and Python, from what I've seen of it, you know, just grazing over some of it. As far as Node, as far as the scripting, and again, you don't have to share that information if you don't want to. It's, you know, if it's kind of privatized stuff, it's very understandable. I'd want to keep that stuff to myself too, until I find it. But there's always that option, I guess, as far as if you want somebody else to, you know, maybe add something to it, I guess, as far as that you didn't think of. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with everybody, I guess, as far as I'm super stubborn, I guess, as far as, and so like when I come up with an idea and then somebody beats me to the punch, I get a little ticked off about that, because it's like, that was my idea. But if I find somebody that I'm trying to get better, I guess, as far as if somebody came up with an idea that I had and could have done it better, then there's really nothing wrong with that. Let me share a couple screenshots of how it's all connected and made. Cool. Let's see here. This is all done in... What am I looking at here? Open this up in the browser. So... Holy mackerel. Can I zoom in on this? Yeah. This is all done right in Houdini itself. This looks a lot familiar, I guess, as far as in Blender. As far as doing the different... Yeah, so I can't read, I guess, as far as what's all in there, but I kind of get the idea. Wow. That's the node setup at the top. Import the curves. And height map, okay. All between the top and bottom is processing. Kind of figured that, yep. Bottom is processing until the end at the bottom, which is the output, which is down here. Yeah. There's a lot going on there, I'll tell you that. But within each one of these here, you've got a different task, I guess, as far as that it's doing. That's where I get confused, I guess, as far as with how... Because each one of these you can expand, I guess, as far as and edit what it's doing in that process until it gets from one point to the next. That much I do understand, but it's all the coding that goes involved with these different processes. That's where I'm lost, I guess, as far as with that. But the fact that you've figured some stuff out with that, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is kind of a flow chart of sorts for those that are kind of geeky about, I guess, as far as you know, getting from a start point to an end point. This is what is considered a workflow or a flow chart. So you got, as Ola already explained, you got your input, where you're bringing that in there, it's processing it, and gets your final result. It's pretty neat. You use an N, don't have to go into node setup. I made it an easy to use UI for that, so newbies don't need to know a whole lot about Houdini. Yeah, that would be me. Just need to know what they need to input. So what you're saying is you've made it user-friendly to the point as far as the verbiage and the language that's used, I guess, as far as say, okay, you just need this. You would have to probably have a little bit of knowledge of what it's asking for so you can get that final result. And for anybody that has done any map creation, should already know, right? As far as, like, say for example, you have to create your height map, I guess, as far as manually. You input that in there and you want to get a certain result, I guess, as far as once it gets reloaded back into Giant's editor. So it's the same idea. You would have to know that little bit of information, I guess, as far as prior to going into using it. Smoodalini, thank you for the alert. Right. Yep, I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. Nice. So you got a couple in there. Oh, you got another one in here too, I think. Let me see. Oh, so that's one of them. So the other one is a close-up. Let me open that one up. Oh, hold on. Yeah, here's a close-up of what's going on within one of the processes here. Or the whole... Oh, here, let's open this one up. Yeah, this one's a little bit closer view. So you can see in... Yeah, this is what I was... So these parts here are where I get a little bit lost as far as like what... So these are all options that are available in Houdini. So you have to... Yeah, this is the part where I get confused as far as like, you know, the object merge... switch barriers. Yeah. I understand a little bit, I guess, as far as what's going on. So you're measuring here. So some of these these processes in here are built into Houdini. This is not where I park my car. What's going on there, Markio? Good to have you. So we're getting a little bit geeky, I guess, as far as with what Ola has been creating, I guess, as far as for making processes a little bit simpler for creating maps and such in Farm Simulator 22. We're doing well there, Markio. Yes, all the nodes there are default in Houdini to select, manipulate, edit. That's crazy. You shared another screenshot of the... Okay, cool. I always enjoy the things that you teach. Yeah, so I'm getting taught a little bit myself here. So some of this stuff that Ola is sharing, I don't know anything about. This is a whole new application that I've never used yet. Okay, let me open up this next picture. So we're all learning a little bit something. Yep, let me open this one up. So this one shows the UI. See if we can zoom in on that. There we go. So this is for your road tool. Okay. And so these are the simple inputs that you were mentioning. So you got to load your height map. This looks very simple. And that's all part of what we're looking at here, of the information that the UI is telling you what to input. That's pretty cool. So you load your height map, which would more than likely be in the form of a PNG, I'm assuming, or whatever format that'll maintain, I guess, as far as those proper normals, I guess, as far as for the different grayscale colors. You pull certain parameters from specific nodes. You only need to adjust what they really need to. Right. And that's what this is, the UI is showing. You knew nothing about this either about a year ago, but I've been... See, and that's what's kind of gives me a little bit of satisfaction, too, with what I'm doing with minimal... You know, I'm at nowhere near, I guess, as far as this level of, you know, creating scripts, I guess, and stuff like that. I always rely on, I guess, as far as on those like yourself, to simplify things. But in any case... When you're able to create something, I guess, as far as and get to a final product and it works, you know, and that's the satisfaction that you get. So just going into it, knowing you have a little... Oh, yep, this is a PNG showing that you got a PNG going in. Now, what is this? Is that a command in there, I guess, as far as the HIP? Is that something that's built into Houdini? Maybe you can elaborate. So it's showing that you're importing your FBX. Nice. Oh, that's the export. My bad. So if I read the headers, it would tell me. So I'm assuming, is that just part of the coding, I guess, as far as for that? But what I can generally get out of this, as far as it will export, I guess, as far as your height map. Now, okay, maybe I'm a little confused. So if you got the option to export, you have to import it up here. Whoop, that's interesting. So you have both the option. So is this after it processes it, you're able to re-export that? Is that what that means? Hit means the location where the Houdini project is located. Oh, okay. So that just makes it a relative directory location. Okay, gotcha. So that's just the Houdini thing. Gotcha. Let's see, if you don't change the path, it will export the height map and FBX at the same folder of the Houdini project if file is saved. Gotcha. Chronological order, import at top, process in the middle, export at the bottom. So yeah, so what you're doing, just so we understand this, you're importing your height map, okay, and then you're telling it what you want to do to it. You want to add curves and roads and all that stuff, and then it exports that out. Then, okay, from here, where does it, from that height map, you're able to just put that in the map and it'll actually create all that? Is that how that works? Is that how simple it is? That's what I'm getting from this. So the height map is going to determine exactly where all those things are going to be located. That's crazy. So that's this tool here, this all and everything. So this is just the road tool, I guess, if we're looking at this right. So the do everything is going to have much more going on with it than just this road tool. So what this is doing, this is just to make it clear, this is creating roads for a map. So you're putting in your initial height map that you want to use, and that can be blank, correct? So you have to just, load in a blank height map, apply your parameters, I guess, as far as like you want, and then export it out. Now, okay, so maybe where I'm a little bit confused at this point, I'm sure the viewers are as well. How does this relate, I guess, as far as, so when you're applying this, I guess, as far as you're kind of guesstimating, I guess, as far as where things need to be. So I assume this is going to spit this out, you put it in Houdini, and then you see how what the result looks like. So can you not necessarily manipulate that within the viewport of Houdini itself? That's where I'm a little bit confused here. So what is the connection between using this tool and what you can do in real time in the viewport for Houdini? So import curve or make it Houdini, and the rest is automatic. All right, so what? Just from my understanding, like if I can get the coordinates, I guess, as far as for a curve within, I'm just going to use max as an example. I can input that value into here, right? And then that's what it will translate, I guess, as far as to the height map that's exported. Those sliders are parameters to affect how the curve is processed. The curve can be manipulated into viewport. Okay, gotcha. So these are just fine-tuning it, these parameters, to affect how the curve is processed. Okay, gotcha. If you look at one of the videos in Discord that shows the drawing of a curve. Okay, gotcha. Correct, fine-tune. Yeah, you've got the one video. Let me see what you got here. We're gonna go back here just for a second. So we got, will this show? Yep. Hold on a second. Let's bring this over here. Oh shoot, it's gonna download that, that's fine. Whoopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, hold on a second. I wanted it to play right in here. So I guess that's on my desktop somewhere. Alright, let's do this.
Here's my latest tool.
Can I move this over?
Just made it in.
Hold on. Can I pop this out? Let me pop it out. Full screen. Nope, I don't want to do that. Bear with me, folks. Alright, I guess I'll have to do it this way. Let's do it this way. Alright, turn the background music off again real quick. Alright, so this is explaining.
And wow, look at this thing. It creates something I've never been able to do procedurally before. Look at this. So what it does is it takes a curve and it will spawn these poles next to it, and it will extrude a profile like this, and even the ends will go swoop down into the ground. And all I need to do is just input a curve.
So that's in conjunction of the parameters within the road tool. Is that correct? I don't know if y'all heard that. I could hear it, but you kind of get the idea, I guess, as far as, so you're doing this all within the viewport, and based on the parameters that's within the tool, it's just kind of fine-tuning. Oh, that's pretty wild. So, yeah. The green and gray videos show the standalone barrier, and others complete road setup. All right, so this is the one here. So I kind of get some of that explained, I guess, as far as what I was mentioning. So you can lay out the road itself, I guess, as far as within the viewport of Houdini itself, and the parameters just that are built into that UI that we were showing earlier. What's this other video? Let me check this one out.
Pay close attention to what's going on here.
Hopefully you can all hear that. Let me see here.
It's a bit laggy, but you get the idea that this is all fully automatic. The road mesh is UV mapped. It flattens the terrain. It also adds...
Yeah, you did explain that.
Although the logic is not completed. It's a bit weird still, but it's getting there.
Looks pretty damn good to me. Yeah, okay, so that was just a short little video. Yeah, so that definitely looks pretty darn cool to me, I guess, as far as to add the barriers, especially around curves. That's, yeah, that's pretty neat, I guess, as far as that. So can you just imagine for a second here, I guess, as far as being putting in a curved barrier, or to create a curved barrier. Now, I know for some of us, you know, as far as to make a curved line based on a spline or however you want to do it, is pretty simple. But the fact that this tool will actually do it in basically twofold. So when you create your road, it's creating the road barrier right itself. So it's actually taking a set of you know, what's the word I'm looking for? So it takes one thing that you got to do away. So you're doing two things in one, I guess, as far as with that. That's very time saving. Very time saving, if I do say so at least. So pretty cool stuff. Yeah, this is getting me pretty interested, I guess, as far as like that. At some point, I would like it to be able to acquire that Houdini and just kind of play around with that. Do you have any additional videos? I have not looked at that. I know you've been doing quite a bit of work on your tools, like this road tool, for Houdini, but do you have references, or either on your channel or otherwise, I guess, as far as to explain just the basic functions of Houdini itself? 'Cause I would be a total noob myself, and I'm sure there's probably others out there that would be the same. Yeah, logic is definitely complete. All you see in an export section is what it does in one go. Right. So you don't really need to understand, as the user of the tool, what's going on with the processes here, because the parameters in the UI are pretty much already, it's already done for you. Obviously, I'm assuming as you learn, I guess, as far as other aspects that you can add to this, you'll probably be doing that and making those available, much like it is on GitHub for the Field Dimensions tool. Yeah, cool stuff. So that just shows the overall hierarchy. This is a close-up of that. Yeah, definitely recommend for anybody that is interested in this. I know I am. Go on over to Ola's YouTube channel. In fact, I put a link out there. Let me put this out here again real quick. Just for anybody that cares to want to check it out. Put it out for me there, bot. There you go. So that's just based on the one video, but you'd be able to go to Ola's channel. Oh, you got a short in there too. Nice. Been working on the field dimensions, the road tool, and a bunch of really cool stuff over there. Definitely go check it out, folks. I guess as far as like that, I know it's way better than probably what I've been showing you all over here. That's for sure. Speaking of which, yeah, feel free to keep sharing that information there, Ola, I guess, as far as, and that's what we got that channel for on the Rock Nation Discord. For anybody that does want to have access to all that information being shared over in the Rock Nation Discord, social media, the Discord link is posted there, but also, let me put it here as well. And if you want specifically, I guess, as far as to have that role, for that, you send me a DM, and I'll make sure you get the role, I guess, as far as have access to that channel. So when you initially come into the Rock Nation Discord, unless you're, you know, looking for something specific like the farm sim editing stuff, let me know that's what you're looking for, and I'll make sure you have those particular roles. So I think we're good enough here, I guess, as far as to test these out here. So this is going to be on the west end of the map, so you can see the town there. I also taken the liberty, let me remove this here for a second. I need to, yeah, here we go. So what I already done too is I've taken the liberty to add these two floats for max speed scale, which is almost next to 1, and 60. Now I haven't 100% figured out that this is miles per hour, but what I have noticed when I put this value in here, it tends to be pretty close to miles per hour. So that's kind of my guideline. There might be I don't think it's kilometers per hour. When I can tell is because if this was 60 miles an hour, they'd be going way faster than they actually are when we test this out in the game, which we're gonna do here. momentarily. I'm going to get this saved. We're going to try this out here and check this one. These sets of splines here on the one edge of the map, on the outside the border. So the physical border is actually right in between these trees. This is not accessible overhaul at all. It's visible, but it's not interactable. No problem there, Ola. We'll be here. So Markio stepped in there, I guess, as far as for a moment there. I don't know if it's still hanging around, but if you are, appreciate it. We're just getting a little bit nerdy, I guess, as far as with, yeah, Markio was saying he digs it. I'm definitely digging it. Yeah, we all need to learn new stuff. I'm right with you on that. Hour and a half into this thing. Good stuff. I always look forward to, I guess, as far as for those like Ola and anybody else that has really cool stuff, I guess, as far as to share with us, to stop in on either Monday or Saturday. Mondays and Saturdays tend to... Now, the Monday streams obviously are a little bit more tentative. Sometimes that's going to be hit or miss. I can't 100% guarantee. Lately anymore, I'm just trying to get this map done. That's about the only reason why I've been doing more Monday streams, but don't count on them, I guess, as far as in the long term. Saturdays for sure, Mondays not quite so much. Yeah, if it wasn't for me being like just full bore into wanting getting this map completed, I wouldn't be probably streaming. Okay, so what we need to do, I'm going to turn this off. Make those invisible. We don't want those splines to show, I guess, as far as while we're in gameplay. So they're still here. Just turn them off as far as the visibility. That way the splines don't actually show. I've had that happen in there. So I just take the approach to turn the visibility off of the main transform, and then that's good to go. All right. So now what I need to do, I can remove these placeholders here. Let's get those out. Don't need those. I can always put those back in there if we need them. So the two things that I want to test out coming up here shortly is these splines that are on that boundary of the map now, and if those work out as we expect and turns out all fine and dandy, I want to apply those, I guess, as far as to the other borders of the map, and then also checking out our PDA. Like I already mentioned, I redid it, I guess, as far as from what everybody saw on Saturday, because there was just too much that was out of whack. So I just took the liberty of just doing it all over again. I didn't show that, obviously, but we're going to take a look at what the results of that is here in a moment. So let's go ahead and save the map. And we'll get this moved over to our mods folder and see what we got. Appreciate everybody dropping on in and even sticking around to see what we got going on here. Always try to have a good time. Alright, cool. So the map is saved. Let me go ahead and close that. Alright. Okay. Let me go back here. Okay, so there's our map. So something I'm coming to find that I may not necessarily have a reason to use it is any environment maps. The ones that are provided by Giants by default seem to be pretty sufficient. So I had this in here as a placeholder in the event that I would apply my own environment maps. But yeah, even as the map mod desk, not the mod desk, but the map XML suggests, we're just using the environment that comes with the Giants engine by default. So, and it's proven to be pretty sufficient. So we'll probably just keep that. If for no other reason, I guess, as far as just to keep the weight of the map as far as the size of it. So the size of it right now, as it sits unzipped, is right around 885 meg. So for a 4x map, that's not terrible. My goal was to definitely keep it well under 1 gig on zip, and it seems to be holding true to that. Even keeping into consideration all the stuff that is built into the map, to include the placeable sheds and things like that, the placeable farm areas and stuff like that. I think that's that was a pretty solid goal that I wanted to keep it at, is under 1 gig, and we're going to be definitely under that. It's going to be even smaller than that, I guess, as far as once we zip it. Okay, I'm just making sure I got everything that I wanted. I think we're good. So the overview, I wanted to make sure I did get that done. I think I did that prior to the start of stream. Yep, so that's good to go. Alright, everything is in here that we need to. So I'm going to switch this over, and we're going to get the things moved over, and we're going to try this out in the game. Alrighty then, so what we have here is our map. So this is what we got to get over to our mods folder. So what I like to do is, so I have a backup just in case something terribly goes wrong, which is always possible. I'm going to pull out our unzipped map from our mods folder of our game directory, cut that completely out, put that on our desktop. This is the approach I take to it. I'm not saying it's this is just my workflow for it. So that way I have a backup prior to doing any of these changes that we just did to the map. I have something that's prior to all that off to the side, all safe and sound. Now I can copy this version that I just saved, still unzipped, over to our mods folder. Backups are always the key, I guess, as far as doing these types of things. Always like to do ourselves a favor and save ourselves some headache by having a backup. Not having a backup is kind of a no-no. You're just asking for trouble, because if something goes wrong to the point you got nothing else to fall back on. And then it's just a matter of fixing the problem that it currently exists. So after putting as much effort into the map that we have, we definitely don't want that to happen. Okay, so we want to refresh that. So yeah, as I was mentioning, as the map stands at this point, unzipped, just under 885 meg. Which, you know, considering everything that's in it, the fact that it is a 4x map, makes it already pretty chunky as it right off the bat. But everything that we have added to it, which is quite a bit, to be quite honest, as far as some of the items that are in the store. There might even be a couple other things that I'll be adding to the store that I noticed were in the 19 version of the map that I might want to bring in here too. Now that I'm to the point where I'm comfortable, we're well under the 1 gig, lots of room, I guess, as far as for putting some smaller things into the store, be able to place down. I think it would be cool. Alright, I think we are at this point ready to load this up in the game. I know you all have been waiting patiently. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just got to make sure my... I'm not going to be using the wheel, but I just want to make sure my wheel is set up for Armson 22. It is. Alright, cool. I just don't need any funky things going on, I guess, as far as if I got it on a different game. It does tend to happen sometimes. Alright, let's go load it up. This is the fun part where we're able to test out what we've applied and see how well it works. Okay. Alright, hold on to that for a second. Definitely appreciate everybody tuning in and sticking around, I guess, as far as for this playtest for the farming's the Dairyland 4X map for Armson 22. So we're going to new save, new farmer. Appreciate the lurk there, Nate. Got a lot of lurkers today. So it's Smootolini's lurking, Nate's lurking. Appreciate the lurkers. Lurkers are love. Alright, so we want to load up our 4X map. And I'm gonna load in. Yep, that's fine right there. Let's go ahead and start it. And we'll check our error log. So, still as it always is, I feel like a broken record when I say this. The only thing that does present itself is the warning for the edit to the default food mechanics for animals. And that was much evident the same way, I guess, as far as with the 19 version. I still have not figured... Oh, shoot. What are these errors? Okay, I have to go back. We've got some red in there, so that might be related to the splines. The only thing that I've done to the map prior to showing this was those splines, so let's see what we did wrong there. I didn't get a chance to read what was going on there, but that was a lot of red. All right, let's see. Let's scroll that back and see what's going on. Let's see what's going on here. Let's page it up. Definitely got to take care of that before we test it out. So if we're getting a red in here, that's definitely not a good thing. Okay, so it doesn't like... So it's just dead end. So am I going to have to loop that around? This was something else that I was wondering I was going to have to do. Okay. So it's telling me dead end. So what I'm getting from that is the fact that I just left it a straight deal and it's not going into any other spline, or it's not like a quote-unquote closed loop. These probably aren't going to load then. The map should still load, but I think those splines there are not going to. So that's all 3 splines that we just created that were just... Yeah, y'all saw what was going on with that. So it's looking, from what it's giving me as an error, these aren't going to load in. That's a bummer. So what I might have to do is actually loop it, start from one point, loop it around, and then go the other direction on the other side of the highway. Wasn't sure if that's what I was going to have to do or not, but it's looking... If I understand that, from what I've dealt with the spline so far, I think that's probably what's going to require. Alright, let's go in here anyway. Confirm our character. Let's get some game sounds, shall we? Let's do that. Let me turn up the game sounds here a little bit. Do. Oops. Alright, that should do. Let me turn that up a little bit. Now hear the game sounds. I guess this should be coming in good. If they are too quiet, too loud, definitely let me know. Alright, so this is our career start point. So one thing I want to do before I get too carried away is I like to turn off the autosave. We don't need that going on, I guess, as far as while we're testing. So, let me get myself a vehicle, and we'll drive over to the west end of the map over there, and I'm assuming that spline is not going to load in. Alright, so let's go to the store, and let's get ourselves a vehicle. There we go. Cool. Jump into that, and we'll drive on over there. This is always the fun part, being able to, you know, even just kind of preview and showcase, I guess, as far as the map a little bit, but also be able to test it out. So you can see with the PDA what has been updated to it. So the fact that our vehicle is where it should be, I guess, as far as the orientation of the road. That was something that has been fixed prior, since Saturday at least anyway. What I spent the better part of post-fact on Saturday and yesterday, I guess, as far as to fix that. So heading on over to the west end of the map. And I'm guessing that spline is not going to be there, so we're not going to see any vehicles going up and down this road. See what's going on here. A lot of real estate, I guess, as far as on this extended 4X area of the map. We got some signage here letting us know that you can't go through. There's also a physical collision here as well. Yep, so there's no traffic. We can actually, there we go, I was going to say, let me, so there's the physical boundary right there. Just on the other side of the trees. And we have no traffic going up and down this thing. So that was, okay. So I think the approach I'm going to have to take is to do like a turnaround, I guess, as far as for the spline, and not just make it a, just a dead end, as it's mentioning as our error that we're getting in our log. So even as far as the PDA is concerned, you can see we're at the map edge. So, goes to show you how well it lines up. Got the doggos barking in the background. I think the game sounds might be coming across a little loud. I'm gonna turn it down just a tad. Yeah, getting a little bit in the red there. I don't need to be blowing everybody's eardrums out. Oh, we got woodpeckers going on too. It's got the woodpeckers and the dogs and barking in the distance. That's amongst the many custom ambient sounds of the map. Alrighty then, so we'll have to go back to square one, I guess, as far as with doing the spline on the west end. So let's just drive along for a bit. You can see, based on our PDA, we're on the road, in the middle of the road. So we can see, get a sense of how everything lines up much better than it did for those that did tune in on Saturday. Let's go down, so we'll go south, so we're on this road. So I'm probably going to do a little bit more cleanup on the map just to kind of make it, you know, just to take the graininess, I guess, as far as out of the grassy areas and such. Much the same way that I did for Saturday. There's a couple of... Yeah, so what I'm about to show is a little bit of a preview, maybe a little bit of a teaser, spoiler, for what's going on with the collectibles for the map, which are the little baby cow plushies, I guess, as far as that you can pick up. There are a total of 20 around the map, and makes it a little bit fun, I guess, as far as for the map playthrough. Alrighty then, so let's go right back at the farm here. Cool. So this is your main farm and new farm where you get all this equipment. You get a silo, which is empty. You get both the input and outputs auger. So right over here is one of these fellers. So this is one of the things here. If you go in and out of it, I might have to still move this because it keeps wanting to pick up the sleep trigger. So this is a place you can sleep. I had it originally, I guess, as far as to where you had to go inside. Now it's to the point where you don't have to. You can just go up next to it, and it gives you the sleep option. Obviously, we don't need to sleep, but yeah, I previously had this set up to where you had to go inside in order to get the sleep trigger. You don't have to anymore. You can if you want to. It's a good place to hide, too. You can hide in here, too. It's kind of funny. Okay, anywho, so... check this. We should get the option to be able to... I don't know why it's giving me the option to pick it up. Too heavy. Ooh, doggo's barking. Okay, so yeah, I still might need to move this guy. Probably still too close to that because it's not giving me the option to pick him up. So I may still need to move him around. So there's that guy. This is what they look like, though. So they've been put into position. The only terrible thing is it's not giving me the option to actually pick them up because it's picking up the sleep trigger instead. So there's another one I need to check out. Just gotta remember where it was now. Two other areas. I had checking my notes here. Alright, so one of them is over at the larger cow farm. Need to double check and make sure these working like they're supposed to. Alright, so over at this farm. Again, this is a little bit of a teaser, so for anybody that's tuning in currently, save this information because might give you a little bit of insight of where to find these fellers. So we're over here at the Jenkins farm, and right under this concrete slab, we got another one right over here. Yep, so that one's easy to collect. See, and it gives you a little bit of information. So these are dairy cow plushies that are scattered random areas of the region. Try and find them all. So there's 19 more to go. So there's 20 in total. So that one is accessible. There's another one. I'm gonna take a stroll, I guess, as far as over to that spot. Hopefully the game sounds are coming through for everybody. They are for me, so if they aren't, let me know. And I'll adjust those accordingly. Darn crows. I guess they're picking all the worms, I guess, as far as from this grass field. This is a field that does spawn in a baling contract. There's 2 of them that are on the map. One here and over on field 16 towards the middle of the map. A little bit of waterway. These are free water sources, I guess, as far as to get water. They do... I want to say this loosely, I guess, as far as when I say this. They do freeze over, but it doesn't have collision. So it will show that it has ice on it, but it's still, you can still pass through it. I haven't figured out anything to have the collision to it during the different seasons, but it does visually show it's... Ooh, there's the woodpeckers. So anytime you get into these wooded areas here, you'll hear the woodpeckers going off. It only happens during daytime, so they tend to be at dormant, I guess, as far as during nighttime. Fly, Woody, fly. What's going on there, Brew? What's happening? Yeah, so I'm just checking out some of the functions of the map here. 2 of which, I guess, as far as... It's a little bit of a teaser for those that are kind of looking forward, I guess, as far as to playing the map. Trying to see how these... So these little plushies, collectibles, find these around the map. You pick these up here, you get a little bit of money for them. I need to check this one out, make sure this one's working. Yep, this one works. Just have to go up the steps. And yep, so we already found 2 of them, so there's 18 more to find. Nice. So I had to check those 2 to make sure that those were accessible. So what I came to find, some of the collectibles that I put in the dynamically placed farm areas, if you were to sell those areas, and didn't realize that there was a collectible there, it kind of left it floating, so I thought that was kind of silly. So I had to move a couple of those. You just got home from work? Looks like a Farmville cow. I guess you could maybe say that. I kind of made it, kind of cartoonish. That was kind of by design. They're the little baby cow, baby moo plushies. But yeah, there's 20 of them that are randomly placed around the map. So as you navigate yourself around the map, you'll be able to find those. That's at least 2 of them that I needed to test out. So, continuing, I guess, as far as to see how the PDA lines up here. So you can see where our little character marker is, I guess, as far as we're over this bridge at this point. There's some water. Yep, so you can see it lines up much better than I feel than the way I was showing it on Saturday. I just took a totally fresh approach, I guess, as far as to it. So when you collect all 20 of the collectibles, it will accumulate you $1 million. So if you want to take the approach, I guess, as far as to try and find them all before you start doing anything, so you can have $1 million in the bank, you can do that, or just play it through, I guess, as far as and find them as you go. They will give you $50,000 per one that you find. So what I'm checking out right now is this may not be showing up, I guess, as far as on here very well. Let me bring this one up. Okay, not quite as good as... Whoop, gotta turn it back on. I like the square one better. I know I've seen some people using the circle as far as the mini-map, but I tend to preview the square. Anyway, what I'm trying to show here, it may not be all that well to see, I guess, as far as on stream, but my character is following this dirt path. So you can see the stones that are in this part. Those are showing up on the mini-map. So I'll probably be adding a little bit more clarity to some of these items. I know the roads, they're kind of a placeholder for the most part. I want to kind of maybe recolor them a little bit different, I guess, as far as so they're not quite so bright, I guess, as far as for lack of a better way to put it. Okay, now we're at the end of the dirt road, onto the paved road. There we go. And this is another one of the cow farms. Yep, so you can see how well that lines up, I guess, as far as with the PDA. There's still some lack of clarity, I guess, as far as in the farm rate. Now, what I didn't do when I created the background image, I guess you could say, the base image, I guess, as far as from the map, I didn't have all the dynamically loaded areas in place. So, and that might be something I will I may or may not do, as far as to have a little bit more clarity, I guess, as far as in the map. Yeah, so these areas like this that we're seeing right here all load in dynamically. So if you start in, here, let me go into this mode. So if we go into the build mode, for example, I need to test this out anyway. There's like a bunch of different things. So you can sell this off. Whoops. What the heck? Spin around. There you go. So this can be sold off. Now, obviously, we don't own it. And this has been totally resigned for those that had missed it. It was originally designed as a silo. I've had to take the approach, I guess, as far as making it a production instead. So the only thing it took away was how much this in the store for this, you know, the capacity of it is. That's the only thing that changed. So I had to put it into the title just to give you it. Now that's 500,000 of each item. That means 500,000 liters of straw, grass, hay, alfalfa, and alfalfa hay. So those 5 different types of windrows, 500,000 capacity to that. So yeah, that's the only thing that has been changed on that one since we last seen it. So you can sell off. What do we got here? I'm gonna pan this out here a little bit. So if you sell off the farm area, so this is one of the areas that I did have one of the collectibles. Was up on the roof of this deal. If you were to sell that and didn't realize that it was a collectible, it would retain, I guess, as far as that plushie just kind of hanging in the wind. And then you may not have as much of a, it may not be as easy for you to get to it, you know, if you were to get like a telehandler or something like that. So I wanted to remove that. Let's see, all that'll sell off if you did do that. That's our cow barn. You got the bunker and also the cow food mixer. Oh, don't want to forget about the diesel. This one here will hold both diesel and methane. So if you do have a methane vehicle, if you do have a methane vehicle, it will hold that as well. So these are the types that you can fill it, much like you would in reality, I guess, as far as to fill those up there. So it's not a continuous, an infinite amount surplus or whatever of diesel or fuel, I guess, as far as in that deal. You have to fill it up after a while. It does have a capacity, a pretty decent capacity anyway. So it's not like you can get a few fuels out of it, I guess, as far as with your equipment. So there is a couple of different storage, which are storage sheds that are also available in the store. So if you were to sell this off here and you wanted to reapply some of these buildings, but not necessarily have this as a cow farm, for example, but you wanted to maintain some of these buildings, they are available in the store. So if we go into buildings, and they're clearly defined, I guess, as far as being built into the map. So not only the annotation that's below by default that Giants provides, as far as it being built into the map, you also have the Dairyland Forest icon to that. You can see all these are clearly defined, I guess, as far as into the map. I do have Precision Farm in there, so I think that's why those are showing. Let's see here. So that particular barn, oh, that's not what I wanted. So this barn, if you wanted to, if you sold this off and you wanted to be able to reacquire that barn to put in a different position, you would find that one right here, for example. So I've tried to include much of the same buildings and sheds, I guess, as far as that are dynamically loaded in. And if you did want to sell it off and put it in a different orientation or have it do a different function, so this serves as a cow facility, as far as this is one of the smaller ones that holds 100 cows. So if you didn't want this to be cows and you didn't want it to be more of a farm layout to do other things, you can sell that off and rebuild it as something. This is what's kind of nice about the build mode that's in Farm Simulator 22. Trying to make as much use out of that as possible. So yep, this is a nice large barn to be able to put some of your larger equipment over there right across the road. And I'm still just kind of showing around, I guess, as far as how well the roads line up with not only the character, but let's go get our truck. Oops. Get our truck back. So this is the main farm that you would start off in, a new farmer, which is what we're in currently. So you have these static buildings. These are static buildings that are non-removable in the main farm area, but you do have an area on the other side of this to potentially buy, so you could sell off the firehouse, which can be reacquired as well. So if you wanted to reposition the fire station, I guess as far as on a different location, you could do that. Buy this land and extend that farm, your main farm. It's an option. A lot of versatility like that built into the map. Don't mind my keyboard steering. Okay, so let's continue to check our roads out. I'm gonna get back into fixing that spline on the outside of our traffic for the outside of the border of our map. That's what I meant. Alright, so here's the bars you can use. So just making sure. So for those that tuned in on Saturday, it made it look like you were on the water. So I redid that was part of redoing the roads and the whole map PDA itself, I guess, as far as to make it look like you weren't sitting in the water when you got to the dock. So, yep, this is totally usable. Can be used, I guess, as far as to take it downriver, I guess, as far as to the industrial park on the east end of the map. Okay. Alrighty, dude. But yeah, it's mostly just a play test, just testing things out to see how everything lines up. And as you can tell, I guess, as far as it lines up all pretty well. So this is one of the roads over here. When I was showing it on Saturday, that was off a pretty decent amount. So to show you now how well this lines up, if we go into the middle of the road, you can see we're actually in the middle of the road. And just to give further clarity, I'm gonna go in this view. Go in this view here real quick. So we are right here. You can see our truck is right there. So when I showed this on Saturday, when we were in the middle of the road, it was actually, I forget which direction, but it was actually showing that we were off the road. So that definitely gave reason, I guess, as far as to redo that. And again, I don't want anybody to consider, I guess, as far as the PDA is not complete. I'm going to probably be refining it a little bit more, just to add take some of the graininess out of some of the ground textures, just to kind of have it all kind of blend in much better. I did a little bit more work on the trees to make them look more like trees, and I'm kind of liking the way that turned out, actually. Got a little bit of a bump there. So here's another one of the farm areas that can be purchased that has sheep pen, I guess, as far as you want to do that. And again, all of these areas that are loaded in here by default, they can be sold off, and you can put your own stuff there. So use the stuff that's in the store, or come with the map, or if you got your own favorite buildings that you want to put in there, you can do that as well. So yeah, just continuing, I guess, as far now this road wasn't too bad when I showed it on Saturday, but just to kind of prove, I guess, as far as it's still in good shape here. So let's go back west. This would be Duffy Road. This is kind of like the central road, the second central road, I guess, as far as of the map. Continue over to the west here. A lot of different farm areas that you can purchase. This is the Bell Farm, that's on my right, and coming up on the left is the Watson Farm. And again, all of these 11 maps that load in by, dynamically on map start can be sold off. Alrighty then. I'm gonna go down this road. See how this one lines up. This goes over to one of the main sell points, I guess, as far as Billy Bob's. Again, don't mind my keyboard driving. So that's a place you can both buy and sell root crops, be it potatoes and sugar beets. So this is one of the areas that. So the way I had the map PDA, I guess, as far as design on Saturday, I had it to where you were driving over the water, but it looked like you were driving into the water. So I had to put the roadway, I guess, as far as up a level, I guess, as far as to make sure that you were driving on the bridge on the road and not on the water. So that's been fixed. So here's the industrial park. Lots of things to do in here as far as to get lime. You need that. If you need to get sand for your cows, you can get it there. If you want to get the sugar production going, you can do that here. If you want to sell off your cows because they're ready for slaughter, you can send that over to the meat production. You got storage for your pallets, your production pallets into the logistics hall. And over here you got a couple more productions. Salt and paper. Now I've tried to line this up here, be it the fact that I do not have the platinum expansion. When I come to understand, based on talks, I guess, as far as with people that do have the platinum expansion, this will work in collaboration with the stuff that's in the platinum DLC, platinum expansion DLC. So what I mean by that is the fill types that is used, I guess, as far as for what's in there as far as paper, it'll use different materials to get this one going, but that fill type is still the same. So like any so if you did want to use this production in conjunction, I guess, as far as with the stuff that's available in Silver Creek, you know, that comes with the platinum expansion DLC, those will work to the best of my knowledge. But yeah, just because it has the same. So that's our paper production, in which takes water, simply water and wood chips, I guess, as far as to make paper. Pretty simple. And then this one here, I have changed this salt production to take both methane, which you'll be able to buy that at a premium over at the biogas, or if you put the ingredients in there to create methane. So it's way over here at the southwest of the map. So if you get that production going down there, you would have to purchase it, or you can buy it at a premium down there, as far as to get this production going. So you got a couple different ways, I guess, as far as to get the methane, and then the other ingredient is water, as far as to get your salt. I had considered, I guess, as far as to do dirt or something of that nature. That would get into the realm of you know, needing to have terraform and, you know, terraform and all that stuff. I didn't want to get into that, so I made it a little bit more simpler, I guess, as far as for producing salt, as far as to have methane and water, I guess, as far as to do that. You will need salt, obviously, I guess, as far as to get the dairy production going. So there are plenty of productions that are basically a complement to each other. You have to get one going to have another one work, and that's kind of by design too. Something else that has been added for those that didn't catch it is I added a scale to Billy Bob's over here. So you have a scale at both United Cooperative on the west end of the map and also at Billy Bob's here at the east end of the map, and it does work. So if we put ourselves on here, you can see we weigh 18 points, so we're almost 1819. I don't know if that's pounds or is that's kilos or what it is there, but it gives you a way, I guess, as far as to get your weight both before and after, I guess, as far as offloading. That's kind of what the purpose of the weight. And these can be placed anywhere around the map too. These are available in the store. Just to demonstrate. So if you did want to put one of these down in another area besides where they are by default, you can go into here. And as long as you own the land, which you do own this industrial park for more than one reason, at least the new farmer mode. So if you did want to get this scale, you would go into decoration. No, take it back. It's under tools. Much the same as the default weigh stations. So if you want this version of a weigh station, you have that option right here. So that's just colliding with another object. Let's see. Well, let me put that down. Yes, it does. It does give me the option to be able to. So if I wanted to put one here, you can do that. Or if you want to put one on your own farm, I guess as far as you can do that too. So you can see if they're lying to you when you take it over the selling station when they pay you. You know, so that's cool. So that is available in the store. And again, I don't have as much clarity in the PDA itself, I guess, as far as to know that you're on the way station based on the PDA, but I might add a little bit more to it, I guess, as far as detail to it, like that. So that's just some static houses. You got a meadow here that can be purchased here, I guess, as far as to mow some grass. But yeah, hopefully that gives you a little bit of what has been done since Saturday, I guess, as far as to kind of freshen up and redo, I guess, as far as the PDA from what it was on Saturday. Woo! Yep, sign's knocked down. Let's go over here to the racetrack. I'm going to check this one out. It's actually turned out pretty good. Yep, this lines up pretty good too. Gotta check this out to see how well we line up on the PDA. This has all been redone since Saturday as well. Ooh, a little bumpy through here. So this, the racetrack here, for those that have been tuning in here, you can sell this off. You don't have, it doesn't have, it's not a static item. It can be sold off, I guess, as far as if you don't want to have this here. I will say this, I guess, as far as once you sell it, there's no way to get it back. And that's definitely something I'm going to be mentioning in the README to it, but I'm telling you here this now. If you do sell this off here, the only reason for that, this is a pretty big placeable in its own right. So in order to be able to get it placed down, you know, in different areas of the map, as far as in the store, which it is possible, you can't pan out enough, I guess, as far as to get it all in view, I guess, as far as to get it placed precisely. That's about the only reason I have not made this available in the store. So you definitely take note of the fact if you do sell the Speedway off here, I try to put it in an area that's not, you know, too much in the way, I guess, as far as in the first place. So if you are finding it, I guess, as far as to be in the way of what you want to do with the playthrough of the map, once you do sell it, you're not going to be able to get it back. So just keep that in mind. If there was a way, I guess, as far as to be able to pan it out further by default without needing a mod, I guess, as far as to do so, I would probably have it available in the store. But because it is so massive, I guess, as far as, you know, the size of a one placeable, that's the only reason why I haven't made it available in the store. But yeah, you have different accesses. So if you, depending on what type of vehicles you bring to the facility to race them on there, if you can drive over the wall, you can do that. If you need to have the gates open, once you purchase it, you'll have access to the animated gates. Or you can use these boards. You can position these boards to heave yourself over the wall. So more than one way, I guess, as far as to get your vehicles into the facility. So this is the best I've been able to come up with, I guess, as far as to functionality of these boards. But wherever you happen to move these, once you save the map, they will stay there. These are a part of what's available in the form of junk around the map. So if you didn't want to keep these at the racetrack and you wanted to take them somewhere else that you needed them, you can do that. They're not saleable or anything like that. To make that clear, they are just junk that tends to be scattered around the map. And there's different versions of different types of junk around the map like that as well. So I'm gonna go back down this road and kind of. Some of you may have already seen this, but just to kind of give. I need to test it out anyway, just to kind of give, I guess, an idea of how the junk works here on the map. All it does is just allows you to move it out of the way, and wherever you happen to move it, it'll stay there upon map save. Instead of resetting, I guess, as far as after you save the map and come back in. So if we go down this road, I'm just as I'm doing this, I'm checking out frame rates as well. So I'm capped out at 60 frames, just for clarity, and it's mostly just for testing purposes here, but I'm capped out at 60 frames, and you can see how smooth, I guess, as far as the map is now. Alright, so if we drive over here, there's some junk, and I'm probably going to be doing this to a lot of the other junk that's on these dynamically loaded farm areas. So like this stuff here, no matter if you buy it or not, just to kind of give you an idea, as long as you got a vehicle or something heavy, I guess, as far as to push it. Now, if I were to save the map at this point, which I'm not going to, when I come back in here, it's going to be in that same spot. So if I wanted to move this stuff out of the way after I buy it, it's going to stay wherever you put it. So as long as you got a big enough vehicle, I guess, as far as to push it out of the way. Now keep in mind, if you don't own the land, you want to take that into consideration too. You might not want to be doing that. We got this one spot. What is going on here? What is this spot? There's something supposed to be there? I'm not sure. I might have to check that out. So they got this bare spot there. I think there's supposed to be some junk there. So a lot of this junk is not able to be moved by hand, with the exception to those boards that I was showing there earlier. But you can't, if you got a big enough vehicle, just like this truck, you can push that stuff around. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's supposed to be something in that spot. I'll have to check that out, just as far as post factor. Yeah, the fact that there's a dead spot there, I'm going to check that out. Okie dokie. So that's that. Yeah, there's some other farm areas that do have junk like that applied to it. I may be going through, I guess, as far as, it's not really hard to do, as far as to get that, to do that. So I might be taking the liberty, I guess, as far as to make that to where junk that we find, I guess, as far as on those different farm areas, we can't move it around. Okay, so I think we're ready. Let's go back to the main farm here real quick. I'm not going to save this is all playtest, but I need to get back into figuring out something else, I guess, as far as for those splines for our border, outside of our border traffic, because that didn't work, I guess, as far as what we did there. So I think I'm going to have to make a loop, like a quote-unquote closed loop. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of this. Yep, so we were down there. So you can see how everything lines up. So yeah, all this graininess that's in the grassy areas, I do want to clean that up a little bit, I guess, as far as to make it less less blah. I do need to get the border trees, I guess, as far as to show up in there as well. You know, just little things like that. All the dirt roads has been painted in, as well as the paved roads. You can see we went around the racetrack. That lines up pretty good. So, yeah, that's our PDA. It's not going to let me span out anymore. I guess not. Okay. So that is completely zoomed out. Gives you a little bit of insight. I need to check. Just remember this here. I did have to scale some of the water back because it was like way too close to the field edge. Because we do have a little bit of grass, I guess, as just in between that. So, yep, that's showing up better. Yeah. Good stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of this. And we're going to take a look at those splines again. Close this out. Ready then. We're not going to save that. Let's turn background moves us up. Let's get this switched over. Alrighty then, so here we are back at our app directory as far as where we're at it. So I backed up, I guess.
Smudalini says if you are not gagging with every thrust, if you are not sopping in the middle to gasp for air, if you are not rolling buckets of spit, are you even cleaning your tongue properly?
Probably not. How are we doing there, Smudalini? No, you scared the hell out of me. Yeah, because you were lurking there, I guess, as far as, yeah, I was getting a kick out, I guess, as far as the little anecdotes. Yeah, so that's probably a good question. You're probably not. Probably not. I would have to say. If I had to guess, that would be no. You're not properly cleaning your tongue. Now, I'm not saying that you would need to... It totally annoys me when people tend to constantly just, like... I don't even want to demonstrate it, but, you know, just tend to... Like, worse than chewing gum. It's just like, you know, if you got spit rolling around in your mouth, and get rid of it. Don't keep it in your mouth. But do it the right way. Anywho, we need to get... Let's open up our map again. And then we're going to take a look at our splines. Appreciate that little text-to-speech there, Smootolini. Hope you're doing well today, as well as everybody that is joining in on the stream, I guess, as far as for Modeling Monday. Alright, so we need to get the map loaded back up here. Let's load it back up. It'll take a second or two. I'm going to take a little bit of a stretch break while this loads in. Alrighty then, so... Come on now. Come on, Cletus. Alright, map's loaded in. Give me one more second. Okay, so what we need to do at this point is probably take the approach of... Let's get to our splines here real quick. Over here, traffic system. First of all, I need to turn the visibility back on. Alright, so what isn't working is the fact that we've got them dead-ended. That was one thing I wasn't 100% sure was going to work or not. Obviously, they are not going to work that way. So, what I'm going to probably need to do... And this should be pretty simple, actually. Yeah, okay, I got an idea here. So what I need to do... So, for example, on this one, that's a start. And this one's an end. All I should have to do is just loop this start around and get these to connect. And that should be all I need to do. Instead of just leaving them flopping here in the wind. Okay, that's what we're going to try to do here. So I'm going to take this spline. And let's get on the start like so. And we're going to try to curve this. Oh shoot. I might have to... I got a better idea. Hold on. So I need to add... There we go. I'm going to have to add some control points here so I can actually get the curvature that I need. Okay, let's go back one. There we go. So what I should be able to do... Oh shoot, that's not doing what I was hoping it was going to do. Hold on. Why are you not doing what I want you to do? Well, shoot. Okay, I see how you're going to be. Okay, let's... This is possible. I just got to do it a little bit differently than I thought. So let's add another one. Go back to that one. Slide that one down. Oh, for crying out loud, come on. You have to understand too, I guess, as far as what Ola was showing earlier, I guess, as far as with the ease of his tool, the ease that exists, I guess, as far as for creating these, you can see how tedious it is, I guess, as far as to do this manually. Hopefully that'll give you a little bit, everybody a little bit of insight as far as just how tedious these splines are to do, I guess, as far as by default, you know, manually. They are a pain in the royal butt. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of curvature there. So I gotta adjust my bend point. I got one. Wait a minute, where's my other one? Hold on. There it is. Why in the world? Move this one down. Okay. I need this one right up here. Okay, there we go. We're gonna have to probably add several of these because it's gonna be a pretty sharp curve to get into this one right here. The other thing I'm gonna have to adjust is how far over this went. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shove that back over. Oh, darn it. Now, if we had Ola's road tool, this would be much more simplified. Okay, let's scoot that over here. We're gonna add. Why is that way over there? Holy mackerel. Okay. Now let's insert another one. We're gonna have to add a few of these, looks like. Oh my goodness. There's that. Oh, this is gonna be so wonky. What in the world? Okay, move this back down. Huh.
Smudalini says if you switch the T's in the English language for D's you get an Indian accent. Don't tell me what to do.
That's a very interesting observation there, Smudalini. I did not realize that. Switch the T's in the English language to D's. You get. Don't tell me what the. So, yeah, the fact that a DD there is exactly this like that. So I think you were kind of exposing that. Interesting. You wouldn't be wrong. Alright, shoot. So, where's all my control points for this thing? This is going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt to get this curve that I want. Okay, there's that one. Okay. I don't know how many I added to this point. I think I got 3 of them up here besides this one. Okay, so that's my main. Let me move this. Why is it doing that? That's weird. You move the retreats completely, you get the accent of a London backwardity. What What a bottle. What? I can't even say that. I can't talk that way. But I get what you mean. That's very interesting. Oh, you didn't do that as a TTS. Okay, just making sure. It's like, why didn't that actually say it? Okay, gotcha. I wonder how a DD would say that. Wobble. I can't even say that one. Anywho, let's see. So, I've got my main. Okay. I'm not sure how many of these I actually have. Okay, so there's that one. Hey, where did that one go? That's all the way down to the end. Okay, so do I only have 2? I thought for sure I put 3 down here. Dang it. So there's 1. There's 2. Yeah, that one's right there. Okay, got it. So there is 3 here. Yep, I got 1, 2, and I'm on the 3rd one. So the fact that it puts a transform right there, as far as a little gizmo, it's kind of weird, but okay. Alright, I'm going to move this one down. Alright, I'm going to insert another one. Now, for those that did tune in, I guess, as far as earlier, showing what Ola's tool does, I guess, as far as with the road tool, it eliminates everything that I'm doing here right now. welcome back, Ola. I was talking about you a little bit. So I was kind of demonstrating, I guess, as far as how much easier your tool will be, I guess, as far as in the process of doing. So I had a little bit of, we did some testing, and we came to find that this spline doesn't load in because it reads it as a dead end. So just having it float out here like this with nothing to connect it to, the Giants engine didn't like that. So what I'm finding myself having to do is kind of make a closed loop, I guess, as far as between these two, like curving it in. It might not be the best solution in all cases, but it helps in some parts producing. No, I would say it's definitely a much better solution. You do the same, I guess, as far as to curve it. Yeah, creating the curve is quite the task. So at this point here, I think I got 3. It's not very fun to do, just put it that way. Okay, this one's right there. The fact that I need to make a pretty sharp curve. Oh my goodness. It's not helping either, I guess, as far as that I have nothing for it to snap to. I might need to, hold on, I got a better idea. That should be my main. I think I'm going to start over with this. That's what I'm going to do. Because I can't even tell. I've added at least 4 to get a curve there, but I think because I don't have anything physical, I guess, as far as to make an outline for, that's making it a little bit harder. So what I might do is actually scale it back, and I'm going to reload the map to do that. Let's do that. So I'm not going to save this. No. I'm going to reload this, and I'm going to try again. This is the headaches that we get as far as doing splines. You want to control B to place the mouse. Yeah, I did that, and I think that's what made it all messy. If you move the cloud so close to the end of the other spline, it will snap. Yeah, but it doesn't curve it. That's the problem. I want to be able to curve it. Yeah. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think it won't curve it. I want to keep those two separate, right? But I want it to curve. 4 to 5 nodes. Yeah, that's what I was going through. I had 4 of them in there, but it was hard to see them. So I think what I'm going to have to do is scale it back, make my curve, and then I'll move it back up. This as far as to get it into that other spline. Yep. So that's what I was in the process of doing, is making. I had 4 of them in there. 4 nodes, but yeah, it wasn't working out too well. So let's turn that back on. Let's go to this guy. So what I'll do is scale this back. So make sure I'm on that one. I'm going to scale it back and then add to it and kind of work my way over to that part so I can curve it gradually. Okay, so let's insert. Scoot that up. Insert again. Scoot that up. Insert that. Scoot that up. I'm going to add 1 more. Just to make sure I got enough here. Scoot that up. Alright, now I can go to each one of these and adjust them accordingly. Okay, so got to make basically a hook out of this. This may or may not be enough. We'll see. This is going to be fun. Not. Okay. I may even have to put more than what I got. Might have to do that. Okay, why is this not moving over? What's up with this? Y'all seeing this? There we go. Look at how far I gotta move that for it to actually give me a result. Crazy thing. Alright. At least we're getting it moved. That's good. This is why I hate splines. At least in Giants Editor, anyway. Doing splines, working with splines, I guess, as far as in modeling program like Studio Max, not quite as difficult. Oh, went the wrong way. Hopefully I'll get the idea. We'll move this up a little bit. Scoot that over. Why is it moving the whole darn thing? Alright, let's put another control point. Right, let's go back one. But if anything else, this should give everybody an idea of why splines are such a pain in the butt. And this is why those like Ola has created that tool. Because this is a perfect example as to why it's such a pain in the butt to do splines. I'm probably making it much more difficult than it should be. But let's see, why is this one doing that? That's weird. I don't know why that's moving it like that. I might just go ahead and delete that one. This one's acting weird. Let's get that one out of there. Looking away for that. No big deal. I was just explaining, I guess, as far as the frustrations that exist, I guess, as far as with working with splines in Giants Editor, and why you've created your tool. As far as to simplify this. You're extending an existing long spline? Yeah. Absolutely. It's far easier to make a new spline. Would it? I was thinking of that too. And I might just do that now that you've mentioned it. What I didn't want to have to do is do that, I guess. But because I only need just a small piece there, I'm still going to have to add additional nodes than what it has there by default. So we'll see how this works though. Let's try your approach. Just for the sake of argument. So let's do that. Well, let me get rid of all of these nodes though. We don't need them. So I want to get rid of these. So I don't want to get rid of that though. Let's get one of these that we added though. Yeah, short spline, 4 to 5 nodes, done in a minute. Right. I'm tracking. I'm with you. So I think I got one more there. Yep, this one right here. We'll get rid of that guy. Now I can move this one back over. Like so. And let's put that one right there. Actually, I think I'm still going to take the approach of leaving that a little bit shorter. And then we want to basically get it to go into that one right there. Yep. So let's create a new spline. So the other thing I didn't want to have to do is add all of these. I can, it's not hard really, but I just didn't want to have to add all my attributes here, I guess, as far as to it. That's, call me lazy. That's part of my excuse. Alright, so what I'll do, let's go ahead and create a new spline. Okay, let's put that into the proper location before I do anything else. So we want it in our traffic system. And I guess, wait a minute. Where did I put that? Uh-oh. Where the heck did it put that? Hold on a second. Let me back that up. Where in the heck did it put that? Alright, so that's... got that. And put it in the traffic system. Alright, turn the visibility back on for that. So we did reload the map, I forgot about that. Paste it. There it is. Yes. So the fact that I wasn't seeing it going in here, I didn't know where the heck it went. Alright, cool. So now we got it there. Now that we got it in that transform, I want you to do a interactive placement. Let's bring it over here. And this is how it starts out initially. So you got a start and end, and you got at least one control point. So you got 3 nodes basically by default. So what I can do, I have to take note, I guess, as far as this is a start. Oh shoot, how did I get way up in the air like that? Hold on. Gotta fix that first. That's not supposed to be like that. Okay. I think I got that in the right lane. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think that's the lane I wanted in. That one's starting from here. Give me a second here. That one's going there. Okay, just making sure these are still in where I want them to be. I think so, yeah. So this one's a start. This one here that I want to get it connected to is an end. So that's the other thing I need to determine here. When I do this new spline, I need to line those up. Shoot, brain fart. Alright, so I gotta line start with start and end with end. Right? I think so. Yeah, I think so. This is gonna be interesting. So let me extend this out. Oh, darn it. Let's get to the start. We're gonna extend this out a little bit. Go to the end, extend this one out a little bit. There we go. Now, if we add a couple more nodes to this. Okay. Bear with me. And insert from here. And let's insert one more for good measure. And let me insert one from here. There we go. There we go. So now we should have enough nodes to make a curve out of this. Okay, let me space these out a little bit more. Oh, for crying out loud, don't do that. You see how much of a pain in the butt this is there, folks? It's not very fun. That's why that tool that Ola's got is so nice. Okay. Alright, cool. Now, what I can do is actually pull this out like so. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. I'll still need to add the parameters to this spline as far as my user attributes. I can do that after first. The tool does not cater for ends like this though. Oh, as far as to make a loop? Really? I would figure that it would. Okay, let's do that. Alright. Yeah, this control point. And let's scoot this one over this way. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now, the other thing I need to do is we need to line it up with this guy. Okay. I might have went over a little too far. That's this one here. So I need to move this over. Make sure we're on the right node. We need to get this guy over to here. I'm gonna have to go back and forth between these two to make sure these line up. Now I can always select it this way to kind of get an idea of where it's at. Too. Right? Alright, so we need to actually move it up and over. Right? This is bringing back kind of bad memories, I guess, as far as of the town spline that I did. That's just why I don't tend to do splines at all, I guess, as far as because of doing it this way. It's very time consuming and it's very aggravating. Okay. So we still need to scoop that. Now I can do a Control B, and I'll show that right now. So if I were to select this node like that, if I do a Control B, so either Control B or just interactive placement is what that is. If I take this and snap it that way, it should have snapped. Let me see if it did. Nope. So I would have to know where that, yeah, hold on a second. Let me try something. Bold, please. Alright, so if we do this. Right, and that's part of the problem. There's no way for me to see it. Oh, you know what? I know what I did wrong. I forgot to turn this visibility on. Wait a minute, what did I... Hold on. Just making sure I didn't screw something up here. So that's good there. Traffic system. Alright, no, we're good. I just didn't have the visibility on there. There we go. Yeah, that was one thing. I always turn those off there. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it's going to show in the game. That's part of the reason why I do turn the visibility for those splines off here in the editor. Yeah. Yeah. I did have it hidden. Yeah, so I thought I did turn the visibility off or visibility back on for the traffic system, but I had the splines off too. I don't really need to have this one turned off if I've got the sub transforms already visibility already turned off. Now that I can see this, now I can better line this up. There we go. Let's try that. There we go. Now I can better line this up. Now we don't need to have this as long as it's in close proximity of it. This doesn't need to be perfect, right? It will let you know in the error log, I guess, as far as if it's not sensing it. But they don't have to be like vert snapped, I guess, as far as like a spline is in a modeling program, for example. Alright, cool. See, now we've got our 2 points where we need to see it. Probably got more nodes in here than I need, but I can probably take maybe 1 or 2 of these out. Let's see how we got there, though. Let's see, let's do this. Bring this guy over to here. Yeah, so part of the reason why it took a little bit longer for me is because I had that transform turned off. Yeah, I think I am going to go ahead and scale this down. I don't know, maybe I'll leave it like that. We'll just smooth this out here a little bit. Yeah, let's do that. Let's move this over here. Adjust this one a little bit. Now you're not really going to be able to see this traffic doing this. It's more or less just to satisfy, I guess, as far as the game, I guess, as far as from it being just a spline that's not closed. That's all it's gonna do. So as far as we're not worried about, I guess, as far as how it looks, I guess, as far as from here, because you're not gonna be able to see that. This is just to give some immersion, I guess, as far as of roads going up and down the highway on the border of our map. Right, so there's our hook. I think we're pretty good to go. I'm gonna move this one a little bit more. Let's adjust this for a little bit more. And like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect. This as long as it's within close proximity of... Wait, what the heck? Hold on. Whoa, what are you doing? What are we doing that? Yeah, so because I'm way outside the border of the map, is part of the reason why it's clipping like that. So the physical border, and I do have collisions in here as we've seen in the game, I guess, as far as that exists. So that's part of the reason why we're getting the clipping here in the viewport for the Giants editor. So they're doing what they're supposed to do, so that's what they're designing. Control B to move. Yeah, so I was showing how to use the Control B and do that too. I'm just taking the approach just as far as just to move it manually. But yeah, see, if I was to select this, as long as I got this selected here, Control B, or just go to this here and do it like that, and then I'll snap it into place. Yeah, so if you're finding it a little bit difficult, I guess, as far as to get it into place like that, once you've got something to visually snap to, and I use snap, I guess, as far as loosely, you can see how that works. So let's double check our start. Yeah, we can do the same thing with this one. Let's do the same thing with that one. So if we do either Control B, while we've got that, make sure you got the proper nodes selected, of course. Interact to place and snap it to that. There we go. We got our closed loop. Nice. All that should do is should satisfy, I guess, as far as that error. Now we can do the same thing on the other end. Let's go do that. Let's do that. What's up there, TGB? TGB giving some lurk. Got a lot of lurkers today. I appreciate all the lurkers. And Tiger coming on in. Well, hi, Tiger. Everybody got the friendly wave. If you're following the channel, you should have the hand wave. Everybody wave. Yeah, so we're all good. We're all caught up here. Nice. Appreciate the TGB and Tiger Lily coming on in. So I'm going to do the same thing over on this end with the 2 splines. So we're currently sitting on... Okay, just making sure. We're good. We're Gucci. Now this is another thing. I had those in place before we saved it last time. I had that thing that I could select here in my scene graph. I could probably do that again, but this is fine too. I can just turn up the speed on. There is the F key, I guess, as far as you can use. If you know something that's placed in the map, I guess, as far as to be able to teleport to, I guess, as far as this, you can do it that way, but this is just as good. Alright, so now we should have... wait a minute. Oh shoot, what happened? Oh, it's right there. It's back here, or is it? Why? Oh shoot, you know what? I moved that down. I think that screwed that up. Son of a gun. Right, hold on. So let's get it... Yeah, I moved it from the start point. I didn't mean to do that. Son of a gun. Alright, hold on. Oh, come on now. Why are you doing this? Alright, let's try it this way. Need to get back to the endpoint on this one. So I moved it down because it was up in the air, I guess, as far as after doing all those adjustments, and now it's way under the map. Yep. Okay, now that I'm on this one, see it? Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. In hindsight, I shouldn't have done that. There we go. So let's move this one back up. And much the same thing, kind of the same idea with these splines. If you want to get it snapped close to, oh my goodness. Yeah, so we're in the border of the map. That's why it's clipping like that. All right. Anyway, so if you want to get your node, I guess, as far as for your spline, I guess, as far as the snap there, this is pretty... It's old news, I guess, as far as with that. Anybody that has dealt with splines in Giants Editor kind of knows this. But if you have your node selected, if you do a page down, it'll automatically put that to the closest collision, which would be this road, as opposed to just manually adjusting it that way. So, like, for example, if I put this up this way, do a page down, that didn't actually work. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Page up? I don't know why that's not working, actually. Usually page up or page down won't actually snap it. So the fact that it's not doing that, I have no idea, but whatever. Anywho, so we'll just get this. You don't want this hovering. I'm gonna get this down like that, and then we'll adjust the end here again. I should have never moved it from the start end. I think that's what screwed it up, I guess, as far as to get it that way. That's just an error on my part. Alright, cool. That should work. Now let's go back to the other end. Actually, no, we need to be on this end so we can actually close this loop between this one and that one. So I think much the same thing that we did on the other end. We just need to make another spline and loop that around. Let's do that. Alright, so let's do... I'm going to actually rename this one. I need to add my attributes to this one, so I'll probably do these new deals here and I'll just apply them all at once. Let's do... I don't want to name this, so that's that hook there. I want to rename this to something. just so I know which one's which. Because if I bring in another spline, this is going to actually be named the same. I just want to differentiate these. Let's copy this name. Let's rename this. And we're going to call this West Outer Spline Curve. Just to differentiate that one. And I can actually do curve 1, because I'm going to make more than one of these. There we go. It just gives me clarity in the scene graph, I guess, as far as which one's which. So that now when I create a new spline, so if we create a new spline, cut that out and put it into our transform group here, I'll know exactly which one's which. So there's our new spline. We'll move that up. And now I can manipulate that one. Let's get that moved over to here, like so. Now I need to, okay, why am I not able to see that? Yeah, we need to move that up a little bit, I think. Much the same we did on the other end, we'll line up start with start and end with end. That should be good. Alright, so we got spline. So we're going to need to actually... So because it's already this short, I'm not going to rotate it or anything. I'm just going to move the start over to here, like so. And again, I'll use the Control B, I guess, as far as here in a second. Just want to get him in the proper position first. Alright, so now if we move over to the end... Oh, come on now, don't be doing that. Stop it. So the left and right should allow me to move from one node to the other, but for some reason it tends to move in the scene graph instead. Alright, so I need to move this guy over to here. There we go. Yeah, always got 3 nodes when you make a new, create a new spline, so you can keep that in mind. Usually one in the middle, and then you got your start and your end. Okay, so now that we got these both in the same right spot, let's put... I forgot how many I ended up putting in the other one. I think I put like 4 of them in total. I want to say that. Let's do insert. Let's try that many. That should work. Right, we just need enough to be able to curve it. Is all. Okay, now we can do our... Oh shoot. Come on, map, don't be doing that to me. Right, there we go. So now we can get this node selected. We can do Control B or just grab this and snap into that. Cool. And we'll do the same thing with the end. Alright, where did that one go? Hold on. 1. That's way down here. So we're uneven there. We need to even these out a little bit. Whoop, had it. There we go. Let's move this up a little bit. There we go. If we go back to our new spline, let's get to our end. You can, oh my goodness, it's doing that again. Why does it do that? You can click it this way, but sometimes it doesn't always want to select that, so I always tend to at least select the spline, and then it should automatically go to start, and then you should be able to do left and right arrow. But for some reason it's wanting to just, I don't know why it's doing that. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not on. So the page up and down isn't working. I don't know what's going on. All the more reason why I absolutely despise doing splines this way. And this is why you're not going to find a lot of splines in this map. Okay. Oh my goodness, stop it. So annoying. Alright, so now that we got that selected, let's do Control B, or let's go to here. I tend to get into the habit of actually just going to the menu, but it is Control B. Alright, so I think we're going to smooth this curve out just a little bit. Alright, let's adjust this here. Kind of smooth the curve out a little bit is all. And again, we're not really too concerned, I guess, as far as with how this one is. We just don't want them to wreck each other, I suppose. Because we're not going to be able to see this from out here, right? We're not going to be able to even interact with that, I guess, as far as out there. We just want a means to satisfy, I guess, as far as the error that's showing in our log for it being a dead end. Alright, so that one's done. So I think I only got the one that's over here by itself. But that one's probably going to cause the same. So I might just create another one anyway, I guess, as far as just to satisfy it not being a dead end. I might just do that. Yeah, so I think I'm going to create another spline going the other direction. So this will be a start, and that'll be an end down there. I think that's what I want. Is that what I want? No, these two would be going in the same... No, I think what I want to do... Hold on. I need one over here. That's right. Yep, I need one over here to be start and then an end down that way. Yeah. These are double one way, but they go opposite directions, I guess, as far as each side of the solid double yellow line. Yeah. Okay. So what I did with this one and this one here, I rotated it. So I think that'll do the same thing. I should be able to take this one and put it over here. Right, hold on. Using myself. So yeah, I need a start over here. So I need that one right there. Alright, so let's duplicate that. Alright, and then I'm going to rename this one too. So this one we'll do as 4. Did you rename? There you go. And then we can slide that over here into this lane. Make sure we're not... Oh, wow. There's a big... Oh, that scared the crap out of me. Yeah. The Angry Coco? Welcome on in. How are we doing? Yeah, so there's a huge dip I'm noticing right there. You can see how much that's hovering off the ground there. So we're going to have to put... If I don't have one there already, I'm going to have to put a control point in there. Holy mackerel. Okay. Yowza. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of that that's actually hovering off the ground. There's a huge dip in this outside part of the map. Okay. I guess I got to fix this one here too. Let's go back to this one for a second. And let's see if I do have a control point. Okay, that's going down to the end. There should be one in the middle. Okay, so I don't have one down here. Okay, got it. What I need to do, get it back down here. Let's do an insert. Alright. And then go back to this one and scoot this down. Yeah, we need to take out so that the spline is not floating there off the ground. That would be bad. Okay, so what we have... Might have to put a couple of control points in here, so I just want to get this down. Holy mackerel, that was floating quite a bit. Right about there. Okay. Might need to put another one in here too. Yep, that's still well off the ground. What map are we making? This has been dubbed as the Dairyland 4X map from Simulator 22. And we'll be doing some playtesting here once I get this spline figured out. So you can kind of get a little bit of insight here in the editor, at least for time being. So that's what we've been playtesting as far as getting our traffic splines in here on the border of our map. We'll be getting into playtesting in here once we get this figured out. I'm just having to adjust this and whatever so it's not floating above the road. And if you want more information, I guess, as far as what's going on with the map build, !map in the chat. We'll give you some more information. Okay, that did not go the way I wanted it to. Why did it put it way down there? Are you kidding me right now? Did it put that node way down there? Why'd you do that? Alright. Oh, maybe it didn't. Okay, hold on. Hold on. You tried to do map modeling for FS and can never do it. It can be intimidating. Don't get me wrong. It can be, but part of nothing else. So we've had the likes of Ola, as far as the creator of the, I feel like I'm saying their name wrong. So Rennebu, the Norway map, I guess, as far as that's on the official mod hub, has been joining us, I guess, as far as to take away some of the frustrations and aggravations and even intimidations of map creation. And it's been super helpful. Appreciate that, Tiger. But yeah, if there's definitely any general questions that you might have, I guess, as far as the map making process, you can feel free to share, good, bad, or otherwise. My frustration is definitely with spline creation and the fact that Ola has got the makes of a new tool that's done in the Houdini application. Definitely simplifies this process quite a bit. Yeah. You just do Discord developing and 5M now. I learned that how, which time to, oh, gotcha. So you kind of moved on to other things. I gotcha. Okay, let's get back to this node. Let's do an insert. Alright, put it right there. I gotcha. I see what you're doing now. So we'll move this one down a little bit more. So I'm putting control points into this spline to get it lined up with our road. Okay. Okay, we gotta bring that other one back up now. Shoot, went the wrong way. There we go. Bring this one back up. There we go. So we created our loop for that one to that one. That's good. Still got to make a loop, I guess, as far as for these two on this one here. We'll get to that in a second. You do want to go back to Farm Sim modeling. I could build a map, but I could never do the splines or triggers or things like that. Yeah, it can be a little bit intimidating. But again, like I said, there are the likes of Ola. I think he's still hanging out in chat. Might be lurking, but he's got a tool, really cool tool, I guess, as far as it's available, that simplifies a lot of these processes now. The only thing that's really required is to have the Houdini application, which is very new to me, as well as probably plenty of other people, but very useful tools, I guess, as far as for that. Okay, so I think we're pretty good here now. All right, we're gonna leave that like that. Cool. Now we can go over to these two. So we got this one and that one we need to link up now. Right, let's get to the end here. Yeah, see, I put several nodes in this one here too to get that one adjusted. So we need to be something like that. So between this one and number 4, we need to get this linked in here. So we're gonna create another curve. Now, what I could do is copy this one, I think. Let me see here for a second. This one I haven't renamed yet. I could do that. Absolutely could do that. Let me rename this one first. So this one I'm going to do it as curve 2. So let's just copy this name. And again, it's just giving me clarity in my scene graph as far as what is what. Because as I create new splines, I don't want them to get them all confused. Be very easy to do. Alright, cool. So we got that curve. Now I'm going to clone this, or duplicate it. Like so. Alright, we'll move that up. Let's go ahead and rename it to curve 3. Again, just to add that clarity to it. Now we can move that one over. Now the only thing I'm going to have to do is flip-flop the start and end. That shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard, because we want to line up our start with start and end for end. So on this one here is a start, so we got to have our start here on our curve. Yep, so I just need to flip-flop those is all. So, the way we're going to go about this... I'm going to extend this one out actually a little bit. This one right here. So let's get to the end. Where the heck is my... Oh my god, it's doing that again. Son of a gun. Stop being like that. 2. Oh, there you go. I just want to move this out a little bit more. Kind of line it up with that one a little better. Alright, and then we need to move this one up. Well, these are a little bit too sunk in the ground. Move them up a little bit. I'm getting probably way too particular with this, but I don't know. I'm just trying to show, I guess, as far as what it's like, I guess, as far as to work with splines. Okay, so we need to move the start over to here. This is going to be fun. And let's move this guy this way. Oh, I don't know if that's going to work the way I was hoping it was going to. You know what? I'm just going to make a new spline. Yep, I'm not even going to bother doing it that way. Yep, back with that idea. I'm not going to do it this way. Let's just delete that whole thing. Let's just create a new spline. That's the way we should have done it in the first place. Spline. Okay. And let's cut that into the proper transform. There's probably a pretty decent way, I guess, as far as to do it like I was trying to do it, but I just see a hot mess presenting itself pretty quickly, so I just decided not to do it that way. Okay, so paste this, we'll make this number 3. Like so. Man, we're already 3 hours into this. That's crazy. Hope we're having fun. If we're not having fun, then we're doing something wrong. Alright, so I need to move. We need to do a Control B over to this. Okay. And number 2. So now this is automatically going to put that start in the proper orientation I need it to be with our new spline. Yep. Cool. Now, I'm going to stretch this out a little bit so we can add some nodes to it. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. That back there, so I need to get on the start. There we go. Stretch that out. Stretch that one out. Now to this point we can add... I think I only added like 2 nodes to this one. Looks like 3, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's add one here. We need a few of them anyway, I guess, as far as to get the curve that we want. There's that one. There's that one. We could probably really get away with only just putting 2. Should be more than enough. There we go. Now what we can do is take this node. Let's do an interactive placement and snap it to that one, like so. Alright, now if we go to this one, do the same thing. Yeah, so I definitely probably was showing the much more longer way, I guess, as far as going about it, but just moving it manually. The Control B, I guess, as far as the interactive placement is much quicker. Much quicker. So, but there's more than one way, so if you want to take the approach of doing it manually, you can do that. But the Control B method, I guess, as far as much quicker. So I just want to smooth this curve out a little bit. Make it look a little bit less wonky. And like I said, we don't really need to be too concerned with how this is. We're just trying to satisfy that error that the spline that we're previously trying to put in here was a dead end. So it didn't have anywhere to connect to, I guess, as far as like it was just floating out here. Okay, so we got that in. Cool, so we got those two ends. Now we're going to put one on the other end over here. Cool. I'm pretty confident in this next playtest working out pretty well. Alright, so we can see where our splines are at. This one seems like it might be too low. I guess we'll find out when we playtest it. Yeah, these are super duper long, and that's another thing that I'm kind of humoring myself to see if having it so long is going to be a problem. Normally, the approach you'd want to take is having several shorter length splines, I guess, as far as to do this type of thing. But we need to go on this end and put a curved section on that as well. So now we'll have two complete loops on both sets of roads going in separate directions. Okay, just making sure I didn't miss anything in chat. Sometimes my chat tends to not want to scroll on me, so I sometimes do miss it. Miss something in chat. So if I do miss it and you want to get my attention, feel free, I guess, as far as to use the audio commands that are available by either hovering over the stream or in the sound panel below the stream. And there's also channel point redemptions, I guess, as far as for ones like that too. Alright, cool, so we got our loop here. That works out pretty good. And okay, so now we just got to make one for here. Alright, so we need to take a look. So that's an end. Let me see what this curve is. Yep, so that's the same issue there. So this is a start and end. So to be able to clone that and bring it over to here is not going to work. Alright, so we'll just make a new spline. New spline it is. Yep. So we'll do edit, create. Create. New spline. And that should have put it on the bottom. There it is. Cut that and put that into the proper transform, which is there. I'm going to need to still add those parameters, the user attributes, I guess, as far as to these to control the speed of it. So I'll do that once I get them all in here. And that's just mostly going to be on the curves. Okay, so I need to do interactive placement and bring that bad boy over here. Now, again, just to confirm, so that's an E and that's a start. So that's an end and a start. So I need to get the end over here, or a new spline, which is going to be this guy. Let's flip him over here, and we'll put the start over there. Nope, that's our middle. You always got three nodes, I guess, as far as when you make a new spline, so don't get it confused, I guess, as far as which one's which. This is our start, our end, and we got that middle control point. That's by default. Okay, cool. Now we can move this. Now we got that. We'll do our interactive placement. Snap it to this guy. And let's get our endpoint. Oh, shoot. Oh, darn it. Alright, so go over here. Interactive placement. Snap it to there. Now we can just add our additional control points, get a nice curve into this. Now we could probably just leave it like this if we wanted to as well. So we've created different types of curves, I guess, as far as to more or less serve the same purpose. I guess as far as to close that, to not make these two splines that we had in here as a dead end. But I am going to add a couple more nodes to this one here, I think. Let's do an insert. Just smooth out this curve. Alright, let's go back to this one. Insert here. Just want to smooth it out a little bit. Just a little. Alright, so bring this over this way. There, that's not too bad. We'll go with that. Cool beans. As long as we got a curve there, I guess as far as to close that in, that's all we need to do. Alright, so now we got them both lanes, I guess as far as get those closed up. Now, I just need to add... Oh, I gotta rename this one first. Let's do that. So let's just copy this name. Apply it to this one. Again, that's more or less just gonna add clarity to our scene graph as far as what's what, based on our traffic system splines. Now we need to add to these curves, I guess as far as these attributes. And both of these are floats. And what considered floats is you have strings, floats, and integer, to name a few. These are both floats, so we need to add these to our curves. Alright, let me take note of max speed scale and speed limit. So let's add that. So max speed scale. And how it's named, as far as the lettering, as far as using the camel lettering, is critical for the game engine actually to read it. Max speed, was it limit? I forgot what it was now. Let's go back there and check it out. Max speed scale. Okay, let's change that. Wait a minute, are you kidding me? Hold on. Did it not hold that? Or, wait a minute. When did I add that to? Oh, are you kidding me? It didn't actually keep it. Hold on. I boo-booed. I stepped out of that before I actually created it. So just making sure these are all still good. So that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Okay. No problem. We'll just have to do that again. Anyway, let's try it again. So max speed scale. And we need to create this as a float. And add it. Okay, and we'll add our value, which is a 0.9. And then the other one we got is speed limit. Now, as I was mentioning before, this doesn't necessarily represent miles per hour, but it does seem to fall pretty close, I guess, as far as to that. So, from what I've tested anyway, when I put 60 miles an hour, they tend to go about 55 miles per hour. So, based on the scale, too, I think that's part of the reason why it's... Whatever scale you put in here, whatever limit, it's going to scale it down. Obviously, if I put it at a 1, it would probably go 60. So, just to kind of give a little bit of insight of how that's working and what I've applied here. I could probably go lower than this. So, regardless of what I put in here, it would actually scale it down as far as from what I put in this field. Okay, so we got that one. So we need our speed limit. Helps when we spell it right, so that it does read it. Otherwise, we would probably get an error. Speed limit, and that also needs to be a float. Like like so, and then this one we're going to have it at 60. And this is what I've come to find, like I said, putting this at 60 and put this at a 0.9, they go about 55 miles per hour, as far as in-game at least anyway. Alright, so now we need to do the same thing with these two. Alright, so max speed scale. Max speed scale, we'll need that as a float. And we'll do that as a 0.9. And also speed limit. Once you get one of them done, it just kind of becomes second nature, I guess, as far as... Okay. Now, if I had applied these and I was able to copy that, as far as to use those, it would have saved a little bit more time. But, again, that's where it comes down to... Ola's, I guess, as far as tool, you'd probably be able to apply a lot of these attributes, I guess, as far as to the spline itself, which is kind of nice. I could be wrong on that, so maybe Ola can elaborate on that. Alright, so max speed scale, and that's going to be a float, not a root beer float, but just although a root beer float does actually sound pretty good right now, right about now. And then we got speed limit. Make that as a float. And put this one at 60. I'm trying to match up, I guess, as far as what's in... so this is just on the curve, so I'm trying to match these up with what I've already got for my splines out here. And this is just one edge of the map. So if this all works out the way I'm hoping, I'll be able to apply much the same thing to the other borders of the map. At least in theory. Okay, so we got one more to do. Max speed scale. Now, the one thing that there isn't an option to, and I'll show this in here in a second. There is no way to, for example, go into this one and be able to copy this. It doesn't give you that option to do it. So that's the only reason why I'm having to manually type that all in. Now, I could go back into the map i3D and actually add these attributes to that by copying. If I go find this spline in the map i3D and put it in that way too, so where I can copy and paste, I guess, as far as those values, that's an option too. I just feel, well, I'm already in here in the giant editor, I'll just go ahead and do it this way. I bet someone could make a script to copy paste it. That would be awesome. That would be freaking awesome. As far as to be able to copy these values that are in here to another one, as opposed to just being able to duplicate. There is that option too, but then sometimes you find it necessary, I guess, to have to reorient, you know, as far as your start and end and all that stuff. But any of these attributes, user attributes, or script callbacks and stuff like that, if you could just copy that, I guess, as far as to another deal that you bring in here brand new, it would surely save a lot of time. I'm sure there's somebody out there that probably either has or has thought about it, if it isn't made already. Alright, we're getting back into it. So we got speed limit. And make this another float. And 60. Cool. Alright, so now we got all of those attributes there. So that they should all go the same speed on regardless of what spline they're on. I'm really curious to see how this is going to work here, if they're going to be able to, how funky that's going to be as far as when they turn. Granted, like I said too, it's not really going to matter too much. You're not going to be able to see that unless you're over in this corner of the map and actually watching it. So, which we'll probably do, I guess, as far as in play testing, just to kind of observe that. What is the key thing, I guess, as far as to adding this, we want to see the traffic going up and down the expressway while we're in the interior of the map like this. That's the whole idea behind it, anyway. Okay. Let's make sure. I don't think we're floating there, just making sure we're not too high off the roadway. I think that should be good. Okay. It's looking good. And let's go ahead and save this. Now, You can notice, I guess, as far as I've got a little bit more space in between. I might actually adjust that. This one's got more of a curve than this one. This one's pretty tight. Let me see if I can move that. Second here. It's kind of bugging me now at this point. I don't like how tight that loop is right there. I'm gonna move this over. Let's see here. Wait, what if I have that? That needs to move over anyway. Okay. Yeah, that definitely needs to move over this way. You can see where the line is for that one there. That definitely needs to move over anyway. Something like that. And this one's already fine. You can see where it's in between the lane there. Sweet. Alright, now let's go ahead and move our curve. Nope, that's not what I want. Shoot. That was number 2, or is that number 1? That's number 1. Okay. There we go. We want to move this guy over here. Actually, we'll use our control directed placement to that guy. Nice. Let's kind of spread out the curve a little bit. Yeah, that should be nice. I want to make these curves a little bit more uniform, I guess, as far as like, that's better. I like that better. That's much better. I guess while I'm at it, let's go check out the other end. Let's go check out the other end real quick. Hopefully you're all enjoying, I guess, as far as working my way through, I guess, as far as getting these splines applied. This is only on one edge of the map, mind you. This isn't even... If it works out, like I said, as far as the way I'm hoping it does, I'll apply that, I guess, as far as it to the other borders of the map too. I probably won't do that during stream, but at least it'll give you an idea of the process involved to do that. Yep, so it looks good on this end. Wait a minute, is this not hooked up over here? Hold on. I don't have this hooked up over here. Hold on, wait a minute. Good thing I came over here to check that out, because that would have definitely gave us an error. That's not closed. Alright, so let's get this over here. Let's do a control B. I'm glad I came, definitely glad I came over here to check that out. That would have been a boo-boo. There we go. That's more better. Sweet. Now we're good to go. Sweet. I know, so there's a couple of different underlying factors that are going on with these two splines. The fact that they are super duper long. They're the better part of 4,000 meters long, because it is a 4X map. And, you know, we have basically a closed loop now. I think the biggest underlying factor for this is going to be the fact that it's so long. These two sets. Now, with all this being said, I could have probably definitely gotten away with making just one set, duplicated that, and put it on the other lane. So moving forward, I guess, as far as when I do the other borders, you know, the other roadways on the other borders of the map, I might take that approach. Once I make one set, I'll be able to duplicate that spline and put it on the other roadway, as far as to get that, you know, that activity going on the expressway. So, we learned a little bit of something, I guess, as far as in more ways than one, I guess, as far as to come to that conclusion. So when we do the other three borders, that's, you know, we got a means, I guess, as far as to do it a little bit differently. So let me go ahead and turn the visibility off for that. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we'd definitely be able to see these splines when we play testing in the game. That's the only reason why we just turn the visibility of them off, and we're good to go. So I don't have anything else in here, I don't think. So let me make sure. Oh, we're all good to go there. Let's go ahead and save it. And we'll have to get this map moved over, since we did make a map change. And that's the nature of this business, I guess, as far as getting anything. I'm going to go ahead and, while this is saving, I'm going to go over on the screen here, and I'm going to remove, I guess, as far as the one we already play tested. I'm going to back that one up onto the desktop, just so we have that, because we know that one works. So if something goes terribly wrong with this save, we'll have something to go back to. Memento as I move some things around here on my other screen. Okay, that one's the one we want to bring over. Let's just cut this one out and back that up to the desktop. Alright, cool. So that's all set to go for this new one to come into our mods folder. Awesome. Let's go ahead and close this out. Alright, and let's just get it moved over. So, speaking of moving over, we're going to switch screens. Okay, so here goes nothing. We need to move over to our mods folder here. So this is what we need to move over. This will take a second, I guess, as far as to get it moved over. So I've already shown the size of the map that's unzipped at this point is just under 885 megabytes, which is well under the 1 gig that we're shooting for, I guess, as far as what this map built. So that's including everything that's going on with the trees, the foliages, the built-in items, you know, as far as the directories, I guess, as far as for the different placeables, all of that is being taken into consideration, I guess, as far as what the size of that. I think it speaks for itself, I guess, as far as how well optimized it is. It could probably definitely be optimized more than it is, but I think it's been well within the scope of what we're trying to keep it under the threshold of. Okay. So we got our map over to our mod directory. Let's go ahead and get the game loaded up and try it out. See how well we did. This is always the fun part, as far as being able to test out the fruits of our labor. Appreciate all the follows, the lurks. We had the resub, I guess, as far as by Evan the Bandito. It's super cool. It's been a really great Monday so far. Appreciate all you making it even that much better. Alright, let's go ahead and load this up on a new save. New farmer. Load up our map. And let's bring up the console here. So we shouldn't get any red. Hopefully we don't get any red. No red, no whammies. So if we get any red, then obviously we'll have to address it. Oh my goodness. That's a whole bunch of red there. Yikes, I didn't get a chance to read that. We're going to have to go back and read that and see what's going on. It still seems to be related to our splines, though. Son of a gun. Alright, let's go back there once it gets fully loaded. So that's the only errors that we got. Let's scroll back there and see what's going on with it. So, I don't think it was dead end. Let's see what it's yelling at us for now. So it says... It's still saying dead end. Why is it saying dead end? That shouldn't be saying dead end. They're all dead end. What the heck's going on there? So the curves and everything are showing dead end. So I wonder, what I'm wondering at this point is, so I was thinking it was supposed to be start to start and end to end. It might be the other way around. That might be what I did wrong. I might have to actually put start to end, end to start. So it's still not reading it, I guess, as far as a full loop. So the fact that it's all the splines, to include the curves, are actually showing up as dead ends. So my thinking for that was actually wrong. Yeah, start to end, end to start. Yeah, exactly. Ola, you've done enough of this as far as I understand. I was thinking, yeah, my brain was initially thinking as far as it had to be start to start, end to end. But when you think about how splines work, and it goes much the same way what I did with the one in town. You would want to have a start to end, end to start. So that way the game knows whatever that it's a full loop. So that's basically why we're getting these errors. So we're gonna have to fix that then. Not a big deal. It's totally fixable. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out of this. I'll load it up here. So I already know the splines aren't going to load, so I'm not even going to bother looking at it. We'll make these corrections and make it right. Let's go ahead and quit. I already know those aren't going to load in. Alright, so let's switch this back over and we'll get that fixed. Alright, we'll get that fixed here real quick. So what I'm going to do is toss out, while I'm at it, just give me a second here on my other screen. I'm going to toss out, because I already know that's broken, with what we brought over to our mods folder. I'm just going to dump that. That was a no bueno. We'll just delete that one out. Just get that ready to bring in our new edit. Alright, cool. Alright, so we gotta load the map back up and we gotta fix that. Totally a boo-boo on my part, but what's really nice is the fact that it's totally fixable. It's not a map breaking feature. It's not a map breaking boo-boo. Okay, just give us a second here to load this back up. You know, the fact that those curves are pretty small, I guess as far as to be able to get those flipped over, I don't think it'd be too bad. At least in my head anyway, it shouldn't be. I'm sure we'll find a way, I guess, as far as to make it more complicated than it really needs to be. Okay. So we're on this end of the map. Let's go to splines. Let's go to... Turn this back on. There we go. You can reverse it that way? Is that a thing? I didn't know that. We're gonna try that then. I didn't know that was a thing. If we can just put select the spline and do that, that would be freaking awesome. All right, let's go to, let's try this one. Since we're already down here, let's do that. So we can just select the spline like that and just do R. Is that just that simple? Oh, get the heck out of here! I never knew that. You see how simple that is? And all you have to do is hit R. Look at that. That's just too easy. All right, I like it. So the fact that I was trying to get the point E, I guess, as far as over to that side. Holy mackerel! Yep, that's definitely something I learned today. All right, cool. I swear, I thought I knew everything about splines. Definitely don't. The only thing I do know for sure, as far as I don't care to do splines this way. Alright, so we can do R. Cool. So what we basically did was just move the end and the start. So now if we look into this guy, see how that's end? This should now be a start. Like that. This is what we need to... So this is what's going to help the game to understand it ends here and it starts a new one. Ends there, starts a new one. As far as to go that way. That's basically what it's going to do. So we should be able to do the same thing to the ones on the other end. Over here. Now, without even... Here, let me zoom over to that. So we can use the F key. Because I know that's a pretty small spline. That helps you to get from one point to the other. So I know I was using just the flying through the air, I guess, as far as with that. So there is that method. But if you have an object, or even in this case a spline, select it in your scene graph, use the F key, it gets you over there quicker. So that goes for objects, splines, as like that. If you're able to select that and you know what it is, as far as in your scene graph, just select that and push the F key. Alright, so this one we need to do the same thing. Let's do an R. And it does it so fast I couldn't even tell. So spline 1. So that's a start. And that's an end. So same thing. So starts there. So it ends there. Starts here, ends there. Is that the way I want it to go? Should be. Yep, we need those to be opposite. So this is like starting a whole new spline. So where it ends and or starts, it needs to... So in this case, it goes this direction, right? And once it gets to this side, it's an end, and it starts off a new spline. Yep, so we're good there. So let me get this other one. Go to number 2. Nope, that was number 4. Yeah, this one here we need to do the same thing. Let's go ahead and flip that one. And just to confirm, Alright. That's a start. This should be an end. And that's an end. So that's exactly what we needed to be. Awesome sauce. Right, cool. Just that simple. Just that simple. If it's a right-hand drive, at least. Oh yeah. So all depending on what direction we actually needed it to go, as long as it's going the way we want it to go, that was what we needed to do. Bottom line is we need to have a start to end and to start. As far as to let the game know, as far as like, okay, it ends here, starts a new one, so on and so forth. Alright, I think we're Gucci now. Let's go ahead and turn the visibility off for that. Cool. And then we'll go ahead and save again. That was just too easy. Yeah, I definitely learned something, I guess, as far as with splines today. That was one little thing. Now, the other thing I haven't figured out why it wasn't working was the page up and down. As far as to be able to get it snapped, I guess, as far as to the closest rigid body or collision. Was definitely not wanting to do that for me earlier. Don't know why that is, but... I think it's page up and down. I'm pretty sure it's page up and down from what I do recall. Alright, so we got the map saved. Go ahead and close that out. Get this moved over. Okay, so... just want to confirm that it did save it. Sure did. Nice. Holy mackerel, we're closing in on 4 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. So yeah, we got the new overview. That's all good. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch this over and we'll get this moved. Moving over to our mods folder. Alrighty then, let's go from here. I'm just gonna refresh that. Copy this feller over into our mods folder. Now I already moved out prior, I guess, as far as to get the old one that had the errors into it. We got that purged out already. Already chucked that out. That was no good. I still have the one that we backed up previous to that, I guess, as far as that before we did all these changes. So we always have that one referred to, if nothing else. I'm really getting a little bit curious to see how this is working out. Granted, this is kind of the, at this point, it's kind of the old school way of doing it in comparison to what Ola's got with the tool, as far as the row tool and the spline tool. The do everything, I guess, as far as that, doing it in Houdini, that's pretty cool. Good stuff. Alright, so we got it back in here. Let's go load the game up and see what we got. This is always the fun part. I have a lot of fun, I guess, as far as with alright, let's see that. Career mode, new save, new farmer. Give our Dairyland map and load it on in. Alright, so yep, that's gonna be fine. So this will have such things like the precision farming and all that stuff. We shouldn't get any red this time, hopefully. No red, no whammies. Oh shoot, still got a red. So we got one that's still showing up as a dead end. That's just one though. We'll have to look and we'll take a look at that translate and see which one it is. So it's only one of them that's showing up as a dead end at this point. Dag nabbit. Alright, let's scroll back up there and see which one it is. Now, I don't think it gives the name for it, but it gives the translate for it, so let's take a look here. It says curve 2, so it's the curve 2 is still showing as a dead end. So we must not have that, so maybe when we flipped it, when we reversed it, it might have been just off a little bit, I guess, as far as that. I probably should have checked that. I guess as far as to make sure, you know, like done another control B as far as interactive placement to make sure it was lined up properly. So my guess is probably when I flipped it, as far as to reverse it, it probably misaligned it. So failure on my part. So we got that one to fix. But while I still got this up here, I'm going to load the map back up there. I don't know if y'all can read that, but it says it's referring to the curve 2. which is found out that particular translate. So it gives you that information to let you know what's happening, what's, you know, where it's broken. So I'm going to load that up the map. I'm going to leave that open here for a second. And we're going to get that fixed. So obviously this load up, I guess, as far as for this this version of the edit is no good. So we'll go ahead and trash this out in a second. Just getting the map loaded up so we can get to that point. So just bear with me a moment. So curve 2. So there's plenty of information that is provided in the error log as far as if you know how to use it. Some of it's pretty clear. And the fact that we've only been working on just the splines in our sessions of Giants Editor, we haven't done a ton of work, I guess, as far as... That's another thing I've disciplined myself, I guess, as far as in map creation, is to not do too much in one GE session, because you might get a little bit lost in translation, I guess, as far as what's going on in the error log. Alright, so we got it loaded up here. Let's go ahead and switch it over. Should usually fix it. As far as what there, Ola? So what I need to point at is actually that curve 2 is the error that it's given us here. I still got it up on my other screen. So let's go to splines. So if we go to curve 2, and this is another reason why I named it the way I did too. It gives us clarity, not only in our scene graph, but also in the error. It helps us pinpoint, I guess, as far as what, which one it actually is. So it's this curve 2, which is on that end. Let's go F. So it's this one here is saying it's not, it's a dead end. So let's see what we got here. So I need to turn on the traffic system, visibility anyway, and let's see what happened here. So I know I did close that one up. Let's see if the other one's maybe not closed. Snapping the spline nodes to the end. Right. So that's what I failed to not do, which I should have done. I just took it into account when I reversed it that it was totally lined up, and it wasn't. Apparently wasn't, because we got the, yep, I can already see where it doesn't line up. See where it doesn't line up right here? So on this spline here, it's off, so it has no connection there. So what I need to do is go into the curve, which is this one, and do I got two? Is those two nodes right next to each other? Hold on a second. I can probably get rid of one of those. Yep. Sure is. So let me do this. Let me go to... Oh wait, maybe that's not a node? What is that there? That's weird. Anyway, let's just do... There it is. Come on now. Yeah, so we're... The only reason why we're getting all this clipping out here is because we're way outside the border of the map. And there is a collision mask, as far as that's... Not a mask, but a border. A collidable border. That's part of the reason why we get all that clipping like that, as far as it turns gray. So, it's got to find a point here where it doesn't do that. Okay, here we go. Okay, so what I need to do... Where's the end of that one now? Hold on a second. So if I go like this, you can see exactly where it doesn't line up. So this one overshoots. So I can do one of two things. I can actually grab this one right here and snap it to the end of the curve, or go to the curve and snap it to that. Either way. Let's take this approach. So we'll do Control B. And shoot, did I do that right? Probably not. Let's see here, hold on. It's a little too far into the ground. Let me, hold on a second. Do that. Let's go back to the curve. Right, I think we got it now. Let's go over to the E. Oh, come on, don't do that. You silly son of a gun. I picked the point. There you go. Yeah, I think we're good now. Okay, let's go back into this spline. Yep, that's number 3. Yep, now we should be good to go. So now we got our start and our end both line up now. So it was, the one was overshooting it, I guess, as far like that, which was, the game was only identifying, I guess, as far as exactly what was going on there. It didn't sense this new spline, it just felt it was a dead end. So there's that correction. Weird you don't see it. I had the visibility turned off. I always turn those off, like I said. Otherwise, you'll see those splines in the game. By not turning that visibility off here like this. Yeah, the fact that I'm getting the gray, and that's what you meant. When it turns gray like that, that's because we're way outside the border of the map. So it's tending to clip into oblivion, if you will. Like that. Just zooming in too far on the wrong angle, I guess, as far as to get at it. So, no biggie. You kind of know what's going on with that, so that's to be expected. Alright, so we got that fixed. Now let's go ahead and save this version of the map. And while this is saving up, I'm going to go ahead and close out this session of the game, and we'll get this new save moved over. Alright, so let's do that. Start. Okay. Completely get out of the game. And we'll purge this version of the map out, since we know that one's got a broken spline. Alright, we'll purge this guy out. Alright, there we go. And let's go ahead and close the map out here in Giants Editor. Exit out of that. Cool, now we just got to get this version of the map save moved over. So let's switch screens. Alrighty then, so what we need to do, there's our mods folder. Get our new map save moved over to our mods folder. So part of the reason I do it the way it is, in case anybody was wondering, is like, why don't you just work right out of the mods folder? I like to have a backup. So I've got my edit directory, I guess, as far as I do all my map editing, mod editing, I guess, as far as in there. Once it's all finalized, I guess, as far as on that end, then I move it over to my mods folder. But if I do have a previous version of that in the mods folder, zipped or unzipped, I make a backup of that, pull that out of there. So that's just kind of my method in my madness as far as doing things. I never would suggest. I've learned my lesson as far as doing edits directly from the mod directory. You can definitely step on something that you didn't mean to, and once you do that, you can't go back. There's no way to go back to mistakes you made. So, alright, so we got the map moved over. Sweet. Let's go ahead and load it up in the game and see what we got now. Shouldn't have any errors now. So we've gone to one level of errors. We had all the splines were showing as a dead end. We narrowed it down to one. Now we're to the point where we shouldn't have any at all. Hopefully. Let's cross the fingers. That's another emote, very powerful emote that we have on the channel. If you're following the channel, feel free to use the cross fingers emote. Let's get them out there. So no errors, no whammies. Let's go ahead and load this back up with new save, new farmer, and load up our map. There goes nothing. Cross the fingers. Alright, so we get that one, I guess, as far as for the animal food. That's... If I do ever figure one out for that, I guess, as far as to remove that warning. All the food stuff, I guess, as far as for the animals works just fine. Just the fact that we get that warning. Okay, so far so good. I'm not seeing any more red. Sweet. No more red. So we fixed all of our errors. Now let's go see what we got. Shall we? Let's do that. So we're going to confirm our character. Let's go ahead and turn off background music here. 1 second. Oh my goodness, player. There we go. I want to get the game sounds going on. Alright, so what I want to do before we get too carried away is turn off the auto save. We don't need that to be saving while we're in testing. And let's get ourselves a vehicle. So we'll go to car. Let's get this truck. Perfect. Alrighty then, let's go for a ride. I would take the tractor, but it's a little bit slower than the truck, so. I guess you can all let me know, I guess, as far as if you would like to have a truck, I guess, as far as in the starting equipment, as far as a new farmer, you all let me know. I'll add it in there. Ooh, I'm gonna run that dude over. Don't mind my keyboard driving. I'm being lazy and not getting the wheel out. We're heading over to the west end of the map where we put these, put the traffic on this highway and see how they turned out. So all these trees, if I haven't pointed that out already, they have been generated. The foliage and the trees have all been either a combination of the foliage generator and tree generator, which I kind of briefly demonstrated. So we didn't get any errors, so we should be seeing some traffic on this highway now. And we do. We got traffic. Oh my goodness. So excited. Got traffic on our highway now. Oh, one car at least anyway. He's going that way. And we got one coming in the other direction. Let's check it out. Oh, so there's probably a little bit of a hump there, I guess, as far as in the spline. So I'm taking a little bit of a hop. Yeah, let's check this white car. Takes a little bit of a hop, I think. Nope, must have been the other spline. Oh, this is cool. Now, I think there's a way, too, I guess, as far as you can populate more cars at a time. So far, this looks pretty good. They seem to be on the road. Oh, man, this is so cool. So I'm not seeing any on this highway here. What's going on there? So, definitely on the far end, but not on this one. One on the one that's closest to us here. Definitely on the farther one, but not the one that's closest to us. What's going on with that? Hey, any more? Yes, they only seem to be populating on the one stretch of highway, not the one closest to us here. So, what's going on with that? Let's go one of the corners here and see what's going on. I'm taking a look to see if maybe we are. That's the only thing I'm not seeing. Let's just take it this way. We're gonna rough it here. Go through the outback. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make my way. Yeah, so definitely on the further roadway. It's not on the one that's closest to us here. There's a reason for that. What I'd like to know. Let's go all the way to the corner here and see what's going on. Maybe they're getting stuck down there? Could be. There's the potential for that. It might just... So that curve that I got in there might not be working like we're hoping it would. That's always a possibility. Just trying not to run over a tree. Kind of like playing dodge the trees. Got the woodpeckers going off. Right, so my guess is on one end or the other, they're probably piling up here in the curve. I'm still not seeing it as I'm looking over the bushes. Alright, let's see what we got here. Woo! Good brakes on that truck. Let's see here. Yeah, so there is a natural... Well, I shouldn't say natural, but I got a barrier here for a reason, I guess, as far as to... There's the BGA. Southwest corner of the map. Oh, shoot. It's not going to let me see this. I'll probably have to use my live view for my... See if we can look over from here. So it's definitely well camouflaged. Oh, yep, you can still see it from that. Yep, so they turn around there. Yeah, so for some reason there's none showing up on this roadway. Why is that? They're definitely on the further roadway. That one's working. That's actually working pretty good. Just don't know why it's not on this one. Well, what am I stuck on? Oh shoot, I'm stuck on the map border. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Thank you. It's super sticky. Alright, let's go check the other end. So it doesn't seem like there's anything populating there at all. It may come down to what I'll do is just the one that's working. I could just duplicate that one and put it on the other side, the other highway. It may just come down to that. But let's go to the other end and see if maybe they're not getting clogged up, I guess, as far as on that end. They tend to generally spawn in at the start point and or the end point. So we checked that end out. There's nothing over on this end, so there might be a congestion over on this end. Just want to confirm that they are populating traffic, I guess, as far as on that spline. Because if they're not populating, then obviously there's something more wrong with the spline than we'd like to. But the fact that the one spline seems to work just fine, we ought to, if nothing else, we should be able to just duplicate that and put it on the other highway. We got dogs barking even out in here. What are you doing on here, doggo? Probably catching some squirrels or something. Oh, got a little lumpy bumps in here. Alright, so we're making our way to the other corner. Up, there's the dirt road. Cool. So we're almost to the corner. Alright, let's see what's going on in this end. So, a lot of bushes. Alright, so what's happening? So we can definitely did a good job of camouflaging, I guess, as far as the map border. Nothing else. Oh, yep, so we can see the traffic going on that one. Yeah, so I don't know. Doesn't seem to... I thought maybe there might have been a congestion down here, but I'm not seeing it. Let's see here. Yep. So the map collision is definitely working very well. Let me do this real quick. Since we're in testing, ooh, woodpeckers. Let's do that and that. If we can get it better this way. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we definitely have traffic on the one highway. Nothing on this one here. Oh, wait, I'm trying to think now. Is that the one that I actually rotated? I'll have to take a look at that one. We'll see what's going on with it. I think it was actually the one that does have traffic on it that I did rotate. Need to be connected somehow. They are connected though. That's the thing. We made sure that they were. We didn't get any errors, so the fact that there's no cars spawning on this highway right here at all. Oh, there's a little bit of. He took a little bit of a hop right there. Check this black car. Oop, yep, a little bit of a hop there. So we might have to bring that down a little bit. That's not too bad. I saw a little bit of a hop on that lane. Huge hop, I guess, as far as over here, though. So they might have to bring that one down a little bit. This white car should be turning around. Oop, a little bit of a hop there. And a big hop right there. We'll just pass that intersection there. Yeah, so the fact that we don't really see them how they turn, but they do actually turn and get in this other direction, so that's good. Yep, so one hop there. So we got some little bit of. Oh, there's some traffic. That took them a while to spawn in, though. Okay, now we're getting traffic. I wonder why it took so long for that to spawn in. Uh-oh. Okay, we might be seeing the problem right there, so they're stopping. Okay. I'm almost thinking what I'm probably going to do is just take the one that we know it is working, and the other two lane, and just copy that, duplicate it, and just bring it over to that other lane. I think that should be the quick fix. Yeah, because this one here that's closest to us has definitely got a problem. Yeah, it does work, but I wonder why it took so long. Yeah, so it might be the radius of that curve is wonky for them, I guess, as far as that could be. But the fact that the other one's working very smoothly, it's got a little bit of adjustments, I guess, as far as on the height. It's a couple of hops it takes right here for sure. Big hop right there, so we can fix that. That's not a big deal. Let's go this way. Get back in the truck here. We'll take a look at in our fly mode, I guess, as far as we do it that way. Alright, let's get back down to ground level. Let's get back in our truck. I do have... Hold on. So this is another nice feature of the map. If you want to get from point A to point B, there's a couple of different ways you can get there. So we got these spawn points. We can definitely go visit the biogas. That gets us there a little bit faster. They spawn on each other. I don't know. That's a good question. The only thing that it's I'm concluding is the fact that that one's broken. So I would rather just use the one that works. Oops. Maybe jump over this. Oh yeah. Let's get us a little bit quicker over to this end. Okay, so what I'm gonna do while we're over here, take another fly up here and see what's going on. We got a little bit of industry ambient sound. Not super. Oh, yep. So there they are spawning in here. Let's see what happened here. They do spawn, and they just take a while to, for some reason. Yep. So we got the traffic coming in that way. It's coming back. We already know that one works good. Yeah, and like I said, I think there's a way that we can control, I guess, as far as how many cars spawn in on it. The fact that this is super long, and the fact that we get, you know, a pretty decent amount of spacing, I would say, I guess, as far as with how much traffic on there. I don't want it to be congested, right? I just want a little bit of activity, I guess, as far as going on there. I don't want it overloaded. But if we did want to make it to where, you know, how much is showing up on the spline, we could go that much far too. But yeah. We saw at least 1 or 2 cars show up on this one here, but it's not consistent like the other one. Like the other set of splines. That's weird. Okay. The only conclusion still that I'm coming to as far as to just duplicate the one that works well, I guess, as far as then duplicate over onto this one. I think that's what we'll end up doing. Alright. That's all I needed to see. So let's back on the ground. Oh, we fell right into the building. Yeah, so these don't have collisions over here, and that's for good reason. I've tried to make this as multiplayer friendly as possible. I guess as far as, so like when you get into these areas, it's kind of warning you in a way, I guess, as far as that you can get over here, but once you get to this extreme border here, that should tell you, it's like, this is as far as you can go. Because once you try to get, if you try to get much past this one here, it's definitely going to hurt you a little bit. Yep. So I must have a little bit of a gap there. That might be something else I'll have to look into. That's supposed to not let you do that. I'll have to look at that. And we fell through the map. Alright. There you go. You should be in bed? Well, I appreciate you sticking around here, Ola, for no reason like that. I don't want to keep you up. Don't let me keep you up. I very much appreciate it, I guess, as far as you stopping by, I guess, as far as, and showing us what you got going on with all your tools, I guess, as far as for that Houdini. I'm about ready to get this wrapped up myself, I guess, as far as to at least wanted to get everybody up to date, I guess, as far as how the progress of the map is going. So yeah, that's about one of the last things to do, other than just to clean up the PDA a little bit, as far as the graininess, I guess, as far as of the grass areas and such like that. Yeah, let's drive down this road. You can see how well the roads line up in the PDA. That was definitely a huge correction that we needed to make since Saturday. But yeah, I think we're getting to the point where we need to wind this thing down anyway. I've had a lot of fun. I appreciate everybody that did stop by for this Modeling Monday, I guess, as far as our map creation and Modeling Monday. And the map is nearing completion at this point. There's still some things I want to do, I guess, as far as just to get things cleaned up. Like I said, the PDA, splines for the outside traffic of the map, and just little things like that. Nothing too major. I wanted to check this one here too. We should get some buzzing off of this. Not hearing the buzzing. Why is there no buzzing? Might have to adjust this one. There's supposed to be some buzzing coming off of this, so I might need to adjust that. I didn't want it to be too annoying, but I won't. It's definitely not. I'm not hearing any buzzing off that at all. I'm gonna have to check that in the map and see what's going on with that. That should all be a part of the sound i3D that loads in with the map dynamically. So yeah, I'll have to look in that. That's supposed to be, so we do have some other custom ambient sounds for the map, I guess, as far as that present itself. Oh shoot. Oh, I know why it's not letting me in the truck, because I got the, hold on, I gotta turn this off. That's one little flaw, and it's a known flaw, I guess, as far as with using the flight mode and easy dev controls. When you tend to use that and get yourself back on the ground, it doesn't let you get in your vehicle. You just have to shut it off. There we go. Anywho, so yeah, I think that's a good place to end it off there. I will be doing some more work on the spline work, I guess, as far as for the traffic on the outside of the map. Got a pretty good idea of what we need to do now with it, I guess, as far as to get it on the other borders of the map. Again, very much appreciate, I guess, as far as for everybody that did tune in for this Modeling Monday, especially Ola. And we had the resubscribe, I guess, as far as by Evan. We had quite a few people at least pop in and say hello. Very much appreciated, I guess, as far as we'll be streaming here next on the channel for Wednesday, I guess, as far as for whatever Wednesday, continuing the playthrough of Mon Bazoo. So if you want to catch that, and you haven't already, make sure you hit the follow button on the channel and get the notifications when the streams are live. We also have the social medias, like the Discord, and that posted to the channel. Let me put this out here in chat, I guess, as far as to make sure you're following the Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter and our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page, splinedesignstudios.com. Go feel free to check those out all at your leisure. You all have a marvelous rest of your Monday, at least it is over here, whatever day it happens to be for you all out there. Let's see who's going live here. Let's see who we can. Oh, I know we're gonna raid. We're gonna go and visit no Pancake Mix. He's doing some. I don't know if he's doing Chaos mod with Grand Theft Auto 5. I think y'all enjoy that. I think you'll appreciate it, I guess, as far as y'all coming along on the raid. So feel free to join in on that, I guess, as far as on the outro of the stream. And we'll hopefully see y'all again real soon. Bye for now.